Alright, let's try one more time. Okay, I think we're all set up. Greetings, everybody. Coin stamp here, or swirling vortex. How are we all doing tonight? Welcome to another episode of Steelrising. I'm happy to be back. These past 4 days have not been very fun for me. I've gotten some good stuff accomplished. In the form of YouTube, that is, but I definitely could have done better on the Twitch front today, and I am really sorry about that. I want to attempt to make that up to you guys tonight, which is why I started why I started early in the first place. But I think before we begin, I owe you guys enough of an explanation that I should get it out of the way first. But before that, I do want to take just a second and thank our currently empty panel of donators and subscribers. I do want to thank past donators and past subscribers whose subscriptions may still be active, such as Rowan Darcy's or Devious Graces. And I also appreciate Raspy's past donations as well. I hope you guys have either felt great about the donations you were giving, or you guys have thoroughly enjoyed the benefits of the subscription tier that you were paying for. Let's go ahead and activate this lovely little controller. Let's see, where's the autosave loading us? 11:17, 11:17. Yeah, okay, the load and the continue are in the same spot. Let's go ahead and get to the right scene, shall we? Hi. Apparently the camera is not tilted right. Hang on. There we go. Think that's a bit better. Just gotta shift me a bit, perhaps a bit more this way. I'm gonna try to get this right, but how's everyone doing? It's been a while since I've last seen you. Really, it has. Let's first recap where we were, and then I will attempt to explain things before moving forward. So, last time, we basically finished exploring the Tuileries, and then we went to Luxembourg. We couldn't go any further in the garden and the Louvre, so what's next? Luxembourg. And then we found Cagliostro's dark designs, and we learned that basically the echoes are there to restore the souls of or consciousnesses of people who Cagliostro trapped or had seized. Not much more to say than that. We pretty much made it to like a point of no return. Or no, I should say a point of no return, but it's like we can't go back the way we came yet, because we don't have any kind of ability to double jump. We're stuck. Really not much more to say than that. Now, we hear the whirring and clicking of Aegis being worked on. Let me explain some things. For Monday and Tuesday, which is when the absences started, excuse me. Monday and Tuesday were bad sleep. These are all excuses, by the way, and the effective net distance of an excuse is 0. But I'm explaining what happened anyway, just so it's not, you know, oh, I stopped streaming for 4 days under mysterious circumstances. No, I'm laying the circumstances bare. Additionally, trying to adjust this a little bit. Wednesday, I had gotten some ice cream as a nice treat. Cool. Unfortunately, my lactose sensitivity kicked in, and after maybe an hour, I had to go lie down. Wednesday was bad. Thursday, similarly, was also bad. I don't know what I had that day, but I do know I got enough gastric distress to have to lie down. I don't know if it was something tomatoey I had, if it was, you know, I don't have enough, I don't have a good, microbiome. I don't know if it's fiber. I definitely don't have micros and macros in order. And my diet is not the best currently. He says as he pulls out a bottle of Coke from the desk. Belching is one thing, but when the gas don't leave, that's something else entirely. Also, I'm fairly sure I'm gonna need to hook in this lovely thing. That's it. Like, it's mostly just Steven had bad sleep, and Steven had, like, bad gastric issues at the times where I would have normally streamed. And when things became worse when I attempted to do a makeup. I realize that that's like superstitious, right? Truth of the matter is, something happened and intercepted me at a time where I would have normally streamed. But I can't help but personally feel as though things got worse when I pushed myself too much at once. Meh. It's superstitious crock, but that's how I personally feel. That said, in other news, before we really get started, and I will be going an extra hour tonight as like makeup. I'm gonna be doing a few streams like this where I add an hour here or 2 hours there. Ideally by being early rather than going out late. That would be my preference. But that's what I'm gonna try to do for like maybe a week, to like catch back up on all that missed time. How has everyone else been doing? I hope a lot better than me. Missed sleep and you know, like, I guess stomach allergies would be a pretty good way to put it. Like, you can have an allergy and not be sneezing or, you know, runny nosed. It's called a mesenteric allergy for a reason. Bad gas, diarrhea, excessive flatulation, all of those things can be part of a bad, even right down to the coloration of stool can be a pretty good indicator of a stomach allergy. Or like an intestinal allergy. Now, what was I forget what I was even doing before. I think what I wanted to do... Right, I think what I wanted to... Let's just go ahead and upgrade these other slots to level 2. The level 2 modules are where most of the good stuff kind of is, or at least starts to be. And then we're gonna grab... We need to grab materials. We have 12K. Wait. Oh, I just sold. I sold. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. As soon as I heard the words, I should have instinctively. Yeah, that's an omega yikes on my part. Let's boost our endurance a bit. Okay. So, outside of this absolutely disastrous intro, I hope everybody has been doing well. We're gonna attempt to, like, get back to a point where we can return, and then we actually need to go back to the Luxembourg Palace. And I want to say there's an echo there that we did not grab. And then we also need to return to the Louvre. Now, I am going to tell you that I've looked up where the echoes are and will be pulling out a guide to help me kind of pinpoint where the echoes should be. But I'm hoping I won't have to do that quite yet. I'm functioning on memory right now, more or less. Also, guys, please let me know Please let me know how my voice sounds. I put it through a 4-band equalizer. I graduated from OBS to like an actual 4-band EQ. I learned kind of how to use it. I'm not particularly good at using it, but I can use it. I just need to follow like some simple steps when I'm using it, that's all. Now, what I don't remember is where I think it's over here, actually. Yeah, I'm looking for a busted wall to kind of, like, guide me into where we were before. I think it might have been up here. Nope, that ain't it. Ah, would have been right here. So YouTube, I also want to apologize to you. In the 4 days in which I have been super tired and super sleepy, I have not managed to give you guys commands yet. I am so sorry about this. So anytime that I have a command I want to demonstrate to you, sorry, gas. Anytime I have one of the commands that I'll be demonstrating, I will copy paste the text so that you guys have the exact same information. I may need to, the combined chat doc is not really going to let me do that. I will probably have to open up YouTube real quick and do that. Or else I risk tanking the stream. Alright. So we have the oil vials. Is this... I don't think this is where we emerged from. No. To the members of the French or France theater, companions, comrades, the king has had all those whom he had I'm sorry, I can't read today. Chalk that up to another failure. Okay, some aquavitae. The king has had all those whom he had decreed enemies of the kingdom thrown into the Bastille. Yeah, by the way, that double L is completely silent. I know this from the accidental reading ahead that I've done in regards to dissecting dialogue. Since he has not forgiven us for having presented Cheniers. Oh my god, I just said it 3 ways and they're all wrong. Charles the Ninth. I beg those of you who, like myself, have publicly professed their patriotism to go into hiding until the tyrant's threat has blown over. Salvation and fraternity. I'm not even going to attempt to butcher that French. Francois Joseph Talma, citizen actor. Interesting. I could have... Like, I'm trying to find the opening that we emerged through as a point of reference, and I am having a tough time finding it. That's like the very first thing we need to do is just, like, I need to get my bearings so I know where I'm going, and I'm quite sure we did not hop out of there. Though maybe we did. Oh, you know what I'm willing to bet? We probably hopped out of this. Although I didn't see any ledge from which we hopped over to get to it. It's really irking me that I haven't found this yet. We'll find the broken wall, and then we can keep going. The Alchemist's ram in combat. Oh, okay, this is new completely. The Alchemist's ram can be used in combat. When Aegis uses it directly in the enemy, the target ignites. Warning, this type of attack requires alchemical capsules, and Aegis must also be in range of the enemy. Okay, I guess let's try our... this marvelous contraption. Oh, so this gives us, like, the ability to ignite an enemy without needing to spec into it, but it costs hella amount of capsules to do it. Alright, I will bear in mind that we have that attack. I'm probably gonna relegate the ram to non-combat scenarios, though. And boy, is our alchemical capsule supply not looking that good. Oh, you know what it is? We jumped down from somewhere, chat. I know exactly what happened. We jumped down from a building. And I don't remember where that is. Oh, you're burning? So we could probably... yeah, freeze these outright. It's all about how to dismantle your foes, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, I do have commands set up for people on Twitch. YouTube, yours will be coming. Don't worry. Although it is probably going to be a bunch of hyperlinks, if I'm being honest. Because that is about what YouTube is going to give me room to do. Okay, what is this? Well, okay, I recognize this is the Luxembourg sewers, but let's get out of the sewers before we get caught up in it. We're not nearly ready yet for that. Because the character limit for Nightbot is 200 characters. That is not enough for me to give you a little blurb about, you know, Marie Antoinette or, I'm trying to remember his name. Marquis de Lafayette. There we go. His name's Gilbert, by the way. Or, as we in America or in any English-speaking country might say it, Gilbert. The man's name was Gilbert. But, the Marquis de Lafayette is a title. Like Comte de Mirabeau, that is also a title. You could read that as Count of Mirabeau, and it would probably work just fine. And I realize I did not give it the French weighting I usually try to give Mirabeau, but I'm trying to point out that when you translate these things to English, well, what can I say? The French words gain their consonants back. Eugene becomes Eugene. Gilbert becomes Gilbert. So on and so forth. Yeah, and also people tend to drop the epithets in titles. Just from like the last 50 years of English. Or we usually save the epithets in title. Well, I guess Marquis de Lafayette is important. I mean, he was an important figure in the early French Revolution. He and like Mr. Bailey were more or less essentially run out from France. I'll just come out and say it. Like, the canonical way that the French Revolution turned out was that the Jacobites, part of the Mountain faction, led by Maximilien Robespierre, that was the man who ultimately won out. And can I just say, I'm wandering around with like a chicken with my head cut off here. Can I just say that, oh, that's what's happening. But we could climb this. I didn't even think we could climb this. After doing the reading I've done so far regarding the French Revolution, just like reading on the Wikipedia and everything, which I know is not the most valid tactic, but there are tons of resources that I've only just begun to kind of like read, but a lot of them are references to old manuscripts that are paywalled, so it's really tough to be able to read them, or like even just getting access to reading them. That doesn't count the, oh, well, it might be in French instead of English. Okay, well, what the hell am I to do about that? I don't know French. I don't know the first thing about French, other than everything my sibling has told me so far, which is French people like to not use so many consonants when they say things, and they really like to drag their words out while not having the consonants they claim that they should in spelling. Alright, so we came up here. Uh-huh. Oh no, where am I? I don't even know where I just went. Oh, I feel like I should recognize this. And also, I definitely did not mean to use an item there. Can we at least get back? Oh my god. This game has confused me. Well, I do know that we can come up here, so I don't want to keep going up there. But it's good to know we have that option. I would like to explore all my options, please. You guys might have noticed that I also replaced one chat with another. I am ready to put the YouTube chat on the screen, because I'll probably also be putting the Trovo chat on screen when I get that set up. And if Twitch wants to throw me out and say I'm no longer an affiliate because I want to be able to address everyone and I want everyone to be able to see the other messages, that's on them. They're losing potential money. They're losing like a network, a community. Over a, quite frankly, silly little statement in their affiliate agreement. YouTube doesn't do this, Trovo doesn't do this, and no matter what kind of monopoly Twitch or Amazon thinks it has on the market, there's no reason to be ham-fisted and uptight about that particular little chat regulation. That is just unnecessary. Okay, what's this? I don't even know where I am. That's blocked. What did I stumble into? Yeah, I guess it's been so long since I've played this game. It's been like almost a week. And I have all but forgotten, in everything but name, what it is I was doing. Okay, no echoes or anything in here. I'm gonna guess we're gonna be trying to like get up to these spots. Oh, but we could get it into the other section. All right. I do not know where I'm going in the slightest. Welcome to a first-time Let's Play, ladies and gentlemen. I am doing my damnedest to make sure that I'm providing something fresh to everybody. Okay, I know that guy is coming. Okay, we dealt with the spider. Okay, having a little bit of endurance actually does help. Oh. Exquisite. Simply exquisite. Now, the language I do know a little bit about is Italian. It was definitely what I spent my time in Duolingo sort of learning how to read. Duolingo doesn't really teach you things that much. Like, it does, and if you practice it often, you know, you learn the ability to read it. That's mainly what I was concerned with, is learning how to read the language as opposed to like speak it or write it. That doesn't mean if you learn a language, you should obviously learn all of its facets, not just okay. Why can we go up here? What is all this? I'm just too dumbfounded to speak. Okay, so nope. My sense of direction is just straight up wrong. It's very wrong. I almost don't want to go up here or go down there quite yet. I would rather continue exploring everything else first. Ooh, treasure. Efficient charging. Ooh, and a module key. Nice. Excellent finds. I want to find a way to return to the ground floor before I keep going. Like, I would like to return to a spot where I know I have bearings first. Because that is something I do not currently have right now. Okay, and the way we got up here is by, of course, being out here. If I could, like, so here's the thing. The theater district. The French theater district. The theater quarter. We actually have been here. We basically started here, went to Luxembourg, did that, and then looped back around to the same quarter, but in an entirely different spot. That is more or less what's going on right now. Ooh, hello. Lemonier's notebook. I curse the vanity that made me this madman's accomplice. What are honor and fortune compared to this fear that holds me in its iron grip? Is it too late to free my conscience? And who in God's name could I possibly trust with what I know? If they knew what I had in mind, these monsters would put me to death without a moment's hesitation. It would be better to keep quiet and wait for the right moment. I am not the only one who is in danger. My whole family could suffer. Well, Dr. Lemonnier certainly does have some morals. They're weak, but he has some. Okay. Oh, hi. Oh, they're a little bit resistant, are we? The alchemical capsules are certainly not a winning battle unless we mostly stick with our melee weapons. I'm beginning to understand how complete your arsenal has to be. You can't really kind of like lock in on one thing or the other. You need to do everything in this game. Just like with Liza P. You know, you had a build, but even though you had a build, you still kind of had to do it all. I do hear whirring of other... Yep, Nice. Okay, and you should maybe get frozen in it. Yeah, there we go. Frozen in a single burst. Nice. These guys definitely do not stay long being frozen. Alright, so what goodies were you guys hiding in here? And how connected to Luxembourg is this place? So, we're definitely in some fancy gardens. Oh. I'm really liking these claws, I have to say. I hope the viewing experience isn't too terrible. Wow. Without freezing? Oh, actually, that wouldn't have worked anyway. These guys are resistant to that. But, you know, without any kind of elemental afflictions, we're not exactly doing all that well in terms of melee damage. Are we just, like, in a different section of the Luxembourg Gardens, or what? I feel like I'm starting to recognize where we are, but we haven't made it. Oh, hello. I thought I heard something revving up, but... Oh. I do recognize this. This section? Oh, wow. Great. This takes us back to, This takes us back to, at Luxembourg proper. Okay, okay. I like this. Alright, so we can actually use this to kind of, like, retrace our steps. I don't feel we need to do this now, but this gives me some bearing on where we are. Which is great. Really, that's about all I needed. Was just, I needed to know where I was. So now we can make our way back over to the theater area and exit the gardens. And here we are. So here's the arts quarter. We came out, yes, so here's that corpse. We come in, there's the Luxembourg Gardens. And then this is basically, this was the lower...
What an abomination. There. Everything is fine.
Nice. Okay, we need to, like, freeze this lot. Alright. Now, how fast are you getting knocked out of this? Fairly quickly. And basically 1.5 shots, like fully charged shots are required to freeze these. Good, good. So I finally have bearings.
Wait just a moment, je vous prie.
Mon Dieu, Jacques! The monsters have returned to torment us!
Listen, allez-vous-en! You should know that I am armed. I won't hesitate to open fire.
You do realize that if I wanted to kick down the door, I would have done so already, but I didn't do that. Can we, like, talk through a window or something? Alright. Guess you're not gonna be willing to listen right now. Perfectly fine. I'll return later. Okay, I'm pretty sure we're gonna get something that lets us grapple up there. That's the thing I'm thinking about, because if we take a look, right, there's a protrusion that sticks out, and it's the bracing for a pulley system. Now, while I don't think we're gonna be using pulleys or anything, I do think we can sort of... Oh, hello. Yeah, I didn't think we'd be able to do that, but I had to try. Yeah, I almost think like some sort of small grappling device would be able to hook around that. And you'd be able to get up that way. And there really aren't other methods of getting in there. So I think we figured out what our 3 movement upgrades are. We have 2 of them. One is a mid-air dash, the other is a battering ram. So now the last thing we're missing is, well, a grappling hook. And we've got all the elements of a platforming Souls-like right there. Alright, so now we're here. And we're here on the other side. I'm pretty sure this is the other side of the barrier. Or in the area where the... Oh god, I'm forgetting the names of mechanics already. I'm wanting... Guide. Vestals, that's it. Yeah, okay, if we look... I want to say through here. Yeah, it's a little courtyard area. Alright, I'm ready to drop down now. Let's do that. If we look, here's another cross-section of the courtyard area, or of the quarter area. We can, of course, jump up here. We can go across the rooftops. This more or less brings us up to the top, where we can sort of like jump around. So let's explore the ground floor first before continuing onward. And of course, we're retracing steps is what we're doing. So if we look, out here should be the Vestal somewhere. Yep, right over there. That's the Vestal. And right over here is the Luxembourg sewers. Okay, so I think what we can do now then is actually go see what's in the rooftops. Oh, well, yeah, we're gonna have to make our way around again. Probably, maybe. And if we go around here... Okay. I've started to regain my bearings a bit. which is good. You really don't want to lose your bearings in a Souls-like game like this. Yes, for those who don't know, it's been a while, so forgive me for not having the introductions and stream down to a science. I usually have it down to a science, and it's my words that I fumble over. Welcome to Steelrising. It is a Souls-like that is very, very loosely based on the events that take place in the French Revolution of 1792 to 1799. It might be 1789 to 1799. It's like a 10-year thing, more or less. Then after that, you have the First Republic, followed by Napoleon's rise to power, the French Empire. And then you have the Second Republic. No, I'm sorry. Then you have a couple of kings, and then you have Charles the 10th. Yeah, you have Charles the 10th, and then you have the Second Republic of France. That was kind of like the final kibosh on, like, a monarchy ever. France has a very long, bloody history, at least when it comes to gaining freedom for its citizens. Just think, it sort of took them helping us, you know, Americans, get our freedom from the English Empire to really kickstart them, like, beginning to fight for their freedom on their own terms. Not saying we could... It's more like we were a catalyst. Like, the sentiment was already there and everything. We were just kind of the catalyst, helping us. Having a French general, that would be Marquis de Lafayette, come out and help us Americans actually win our fight against the English Empire, or the British Empire, as it is usually known, is what allowed us to, like, have our republic. I just think the founding fathers would be rolling over in their graves today to learn what our republic has truly become. I really do think it is a mockery of its former self. I also think many of our more conservative friends would throw out the founding fathers in, like, a heartbeat. Today's conservatives are not deists. Today's conservatives are normally Christian people. I know this from personal experience. I live with them every day. Surrounded by them. Okay, so we can open this, but I don't even know what's in here. Ooh. Okay, it's a shortcut. Nice. I know, I'm gonna do my best to refrain from getting political. I'm just saying, you know, that's kind of... History and politics are intertwined. And from what I've read regarding the French Revolution, damn, did all of these, like, founding leaders and key revolutionaries, my god, the amount of I only want to advance my own political career is absolutely astounding. You know what they say, picking the lesser of two evils is important. Just don't forget that the good guy that you're fighting alongside is also secretly an asshole who would prefer to do nothing more than satisfy their cupidity and lust for power and greed with everything at their disposal. Because, after all, you know, you had Maximilien Robespierre, who he was known for the reign of terror. He had his political enemies executed. Not every enemy, and certainly not at first, but It doesn't have... all it takes is just one bad setback. It's the same thing with Marquis de Lafayette. You know, all it took is just one bad day of people getting killed, like, accidentally. Or people killed over misunderstanding. Same thing with Bailey. Bailey was also run out of town, and he was like a mayor at the time. He orchestrated, I'm forgetting the name of the massacre. Oh, it's the Mars Massacre. The Champ de Mars Massacre, that's it. Because he attempted to squash what basically was a rebellion at the time, and people got killed over it. So they ran him out of town. But unlike Lafayette, who managed to kind of more or less squeak out, Bailey got caught and executed. To think he was a scientist and a mathematician beforehand. It's unfortunate. Good men get swept up in the tide of politics, or in history, and if they choose a wrong side, they're dead meat. It's such a shame, too. And inevitably, it would be cliche to say things didn't have to be this way or that way, but inevitably they do. Because people are reductivistic animals. If you're not for us, you're against us. There is no nuance when rebellion and when freedom is at stake and rebellion is required to have that freedom. Although I certainly don't blame people for wanting Bailey executed. I really wouldn't. The man got innocent people killed. What can I say? I don't know. What do you guys know about the French Revolution? You guys find it particularly interesting? And it effectively took 2 revolutions in order for the French people to have the republic that they so desperately wanted. I mean, when you go from... because you have, like, the First Republic, and you have the Reign of Terror, right? With Maximilien Robespierre, who we will meet in this game. I just don't know when it's going to be happening. You go from a kingdom that was in financial ruin, with a queen who, quite frankly, spent it into the revolution. If the words of Thomas Jefferson are to be trusted, that is. That was his perspective. If it wasn't for her, it's quite possible the French people would not have rebelled in the first place. But I think some of that might have possibly just been wishful thinking, and of course, entirely sexist thinking at the time, too. Both the king and queen were to blame for the revolution, and saying that, oh, well, she was the real reason instead of him is grounds for saying, or it can be the grounds for giving chauvinists. Oh, we've made it back to the beginning, ladies and gentlemen. Chef's kiss. Perfect. Simply perfect. Of course we're not going to go back quite yet. But it's nice to know that that shortcut exists and it's there. Here's the convent. Okay. Wow, we have sort of made it a long way. So we basically did all this to clear path to the convent. I think we're gonna find our Maximilian Robespierre fairly quickly. Right, like I was saying, you go from a monarchy who basically squabbled the finances of the French people, and also Marie Antoinette was known, she was practically born in Austria, and Austria and France did not get along at the time. So quite frankly, in addition to her other crimes, she was also considered a traitor. We are just unlocking all manner of shortcuts today. People saw her as a traitor, in addition to everything else, which was quite possibly their biggest reason to have the French Revolution in the first place. Then you go to... So the people actually rebelled, and they won out, and Maximilian Robespierre led their people into the First Republic. And then the Reign of Terror happens. By that point, people kind of saw the other portents, auspices of corruption present. And right after losing so many people to overthrow and topple their government and replace it with something they thought was better, just to have it be, just to sort of have the same kinds of corruption happening, all but taken sort of new flavors, it's a bitter pill. You really learn the depths of people's corruption once the good times are over, and once the cause of unity, the cause for unity has passed. People reveal themselves for who they really are. And of course, that's not to say that Maximilian... I don't want to absolve Robespierre by saying this. He definitely deserved his execution. But the man also was fighting health conditions which were deteriorating his good sense of judgment. Imagine if George Washington had gone through some serious deterioration, and in an alternate timeline, everyone turns on him because he attempted to become king after he had previously said, "No, I don't want any such thing." That kind of thing would exhaust you. It would have exhausted the original founding fathers. It would have been very taxing and tiring for a lot of people involved. And I think for the French people who lost so many of their beloved at that time, they just wanted to know peace. They wanted to be done fighting. And I can't blame them. So people almost welcomed, Napoleon's transition into power. The start of the French Empire. Because he had the kingdom, but he didn't have the empire until Napoleon Bonaparte, basically took the reins for himself. And it took some corrupt monarchs after Napoleon, and Napoleon was not a monarch. Napoleon was an emperor, which I guess is a monarch, but it's styled a bit differently than a king is. It's more authoritarian. I'm sorry, the king is like the ultimate authoritarian. I think there was like the thinnest veneer of balance of power. I think basically, I'm trying to remember what I've read here, but essentially there was an architect of the French Revolution. I'm forgetting his name, but essentially he kind of helped Napoleon take charge and essentially stage a coup. It was a bloodless coup, and at the end, Napoleon arranged the dynamic of power in such a way that he held a greater share of the power compared to the other two people that he also shared power with, if that makes any sense. Wow, we are just unlocking every which shortcut, huh? Nice. Okay, and we want to like... want to be careful because we are kind of out of restoratives here. Is this reading as the place of comedy or the palace of comedy? I'm not sure which one. So we're on the other side of one of the buildings. What I'm gonna have a tough time telling is, you know, where exactly this connects back to. Anyone else or just you? Okay. I definitely need to make sure that we've frozen these guys. Never mind. Well, it is break time, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to... Do I seriously have to go all that way back? Well, we've got a bunch of shortcuts, so it shouldn't be that bad. But we're going to take our break. I've been meaning to take it for a little while. I needed to go down the rabbit holes for myself, you know? But I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me up to this point. I really do appreciate it. And again, I am truly sorry for the 4 days in which I've been absent. And of course, I don't stream on weekends normally. So, you know, you guys are going to be seeing me on Monday, where I hope to kind of make up some of that lost time with you. But I normally like to take breaks just to kind of stretch my legs and everything. I normally take them for around 5 minutes, and I usually play 90 seconds of ads on Twitch just to kind of like help with the ad revenue and everything. I appreciate anybody who sits through those. Of course, you're more than welcome to leave and go stretch for yourself. You don't need me to tell you that, but you know, I'm urging you to take this break for yourselves as well. And I guess I'll see you after this short commercial break. Thank you. I'm back. Sorry about that. I just had to make sure I didn't miss any logistics. Like, anything that was truly important. My stepmother is leaving the house as I speak. So, and I'm basically gonna have the house to myself. So I wanted to make sure that everything was gonna go according to plan, and if I needed to take care of the dogs, I mean, I'm de facto doing that anyway, but you know what I mean. Me taking the initiative to do that versus, oh, these are things we want you to do while we're gone. There's like a remote difference between those two things. Alright, let's go find our upgrades. Now, if only I could remember which way I'm supposed to go. Ooh, is this Mirabeau's house? No. Curiouser and curiouser, eh? We basically traipsed through here to get to the Luxembourg Palace in the first place. Shoot. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their commercial break. Nice. Yeah, I hope everybody enjoyed their commercial break. Do let me know if the audio and video effects are not to your liking, and I will see what I can do to adjust them. I've worked really hard with OBS shader extensions and plugins in order to make a unique experience for you. If you will notice, it sort of looks like the background's a bit ripply. I found a bunch of shader extensions and I played with them until I found one that I thought was really cool and interesting and just went with it. I chose the color schemes and everything for the overlays, as well as the ending and capture indicator at the bottom middle of your screen, where basically I will update those when we actually know who our leader is going to be and when we can tell who the capturee is. As far as the capturee is concerned, there's a very specific point in the game where that choice is made. And depending on what kinds of documents we have on hand, determines whether or not which one of our lovely ladies is, you know, going to lose their head, so to speak. Off with their head. As well as, the much bigger and more involved side quest, or, like, main goal of the game is who out of our lovely men are supposed... If we could pick who is going to lead this alternate universe revolution, who is it gonna be? Is it gonna be Lafayette? Someone we haven't met yet? Or the Count of Mirabeau? Okay, I'm trying to figure out where... I think we're locked into one direction right now. And not the band either. Alright, let's start going this way. Of course, now that we've kind of like regained our footing, assuming that we don't go into new territory, I could actually afford to maybe grind some stuff for you guys. Come on. There we go. Got him. Because it is something I told you guys I would do, that if I could do it, I will be recording any grinding sessions I do to get maybe the copper ingots or the iron ingots or the orichalcum ingots or whatever, along with like any module keys, module upgrades, because you can grind a lot in this game, and just about everything is upgradable to a certain extent. So being able to... that would take up way too much of your time, guys. Way too much. I don't want to bore you by grinding for things. That's the kind of thing I would prefer to do in my off time, and just record a posterity video of it played at 2 times speed or something. And maybe say also, you know, got some in-game music to draw from on that. Let's go ahead and get back in here. Oh, right, this is a different section. Oh, we haven't froze them yet. Nice. Okay. We got a good rhythm going, guys. We got a real good rhythm. And if we just stay the course, then we won't have to worry about, you know, running out of capsule. We're basically spending about on rate at this point. Just about. So, I guess I've got a question. Given what we know about the French Revolution, like the real one, and if you could like sit down and take the time to read about all of the key figures and all of their like ulterior motives, because they have a lot of the ulterior motives to write about. If you could choose who to lead, like who to lead the people, like anybody, if you could rewrite history, would you still choose Maximilien Robespierre, or would you choose a different person? I think I would definitely choose a different person, but I'm not 100% sure who I would choose to fill that role. Because here's the thing. You have the Royalists and the Jacobites, right? That's really ultimately what it pairs down to. You had the people who wanted a constitutional monarchy, and you had people who wanted a republic. Those are profoundly different things. Like, really profoundly different things. One still has a king in charge, but they answer to a constitution, and the other doesn't have a monarchy. It dies. I'm not wanting to, like, go down these sorts of rabbit holes. Dang it. I'm pretty sure we can go through here. But is that choice correct? I'm trying to remember how we navigated this. I can tell you this much. I certainly would not want... I'm getting a drink is what I'm doing. I certainly would not want would have wanted any of the political writers politicians or bearers of the humanities, as well as anyone in the sciences that was frivolous and took to flights of fancy in their documents. Bailey. I would have wanted someone who wasn't morally bankrupt to be in charge, which Maximilian was Robespierre was definitely kind of a morally bankrupt man. I mean, he truly... I shouldn't say that, because I guess it's not true. He firmly believed in his vision, which he believed in a republic. That's what he wanted. He got it. Although, I mean, Napoleon took it away, but it eventually came back. Like his vision of a republic came back, even if he was no longer in charge and not alive to see it. I want to say that Maximilian Robespierre's execution definitely troubled his colleagues. It wasn't something they wanted to do, if I remember right. Like, he committed enough injustices during his tenure to warrant his execution, but Robespierre was essentially the the founding father of the French Republic. And I think people definitely would have preferred if Robespierre came to his senses instead. I definitely think that, for sure. Because, man, was... In addition to the royalists being... How do I word this? Having plenty of ulterior motives to work with. Oh, God, the real Mirabeau is a piece of work. The real Mirabeau is super corrupt. Not a fan. Lafayette had his own aspersions too. His own things he wanted to achieve. But the propaganda, it also didn't help that Lafayette was essentially known for being an American war hero, just about. I mean, we have a statue of the man. And to us Americans, he is a valuable key historic figure. We would not exist without him. Or I should say he's one of the people by which we owe our very existence. But I think more than anything, if there is anything that you should take away from human history at all, it's this. There's no such thing as good and evil when it comes to human beings. Humans are complex and difficult creatures to navigate. You could be their friend one day and an enemy the next. Granted, the changes are never that drastic. But what I'm saying is when you look at if you look at the whole tapestry of human history, you really can have a change as drastic as former friends are suddenly bitter enemies and vice versa. You're gonna have people who are corrupt and evil down to their very core redeem themselves, and you can have good people fall from grace, like Maximilian Robespierre. He fell from grace. That's what happened to him. He lived long enough to be a villain. Okay, I'm wandering in a circle here. That's more or less exactly what's happening. I am wandering in a bloody circle, and I need to figure out how to stop it. Now, I know there was a place that we could, like, batter down. Oh my god. But I'm not really dang it. I'm not really sure I would find any of the men that led or were part of the French Revolution. I'm not sure I would have any of them in charge. There were too many factions. There were too many people who wanted their own machinations for their people, and I would argue the same is true of the American Revolution. I mean, George Washington is not a saint. He had his own motivations, too. Imagine if he had actually had that survey job accepted. Do you think he would be fighting for the American people? Or he would have fought for the American people? No. No. He wouldn't have. I guess you never know, but... he might have been a royalist. Like someone who, and initially that's what the founding fathers wanted, was to make amends with the monarchy and try to come to some kind of understanding as subjects. It wasn't until much later where they couldn't reach that understanding. King George III was too corrupt. No real choice except to break free of him. Nice. Nice. Extra nice. Okay. I'm determined to find this broken wall. I think that's our new goal right now, is find the broken wall. It's just gonna take us some time. And with this mid-air dash, we can definitely make some shortcuts that I didn't have the courage to make before. Definitely not by dashing through there, though. But, no matter what kind of revolution, you know, as the monarchies all died out, one should really realistically ask themselves, is what we have in the age of corporations really any better? I don't think so. Yeah, it's miles better than just dying on the whim of a monarch, but I think really at this point, between artificial intelligence, the many, like, regional conflicts that we're engaged in, the billion-dollar corporations that exist around the globe, the world structures, the world enforcement structures that have basically fallen to decay and mismanagement, and just so many other issues. I don't think what we have is any better. It's just different. We traded one set of problems for another. I think it would be so much easier if we could actually scapegoat someone. It would be easier if we had the monarchs of old, because we could just overthrow them, and it would be bloody and brutal, and people would die, but we would know who was responsible. Whereas in the age of corporations, we really don't know. There's so many figures involved. and that's not counting any government officials tied up in corporations. That's not counting any celebrities, any pop culture stars. It's not counting any major artists, or it's not counting all the industries that are tied up. I think corporations are essentially monarchies that have been rewritten to be compatible with current government life. Come on, pick it up. And I think unless there's just... I actually don't think there's a way out. I don't. I think we're sort of stuck. Because of the way that everything is structured now. Corporations are tied to governments. Governments are in bed with corporations. There's no different. There's almost no difference. Like, yeah, they're responsible for different things and they're in charge of different aspects of our lives, and corporations have laws that they must follow, or that they attempt to follow, or that they pretend to follow. That's it. That's it. Like, they can pretend. Oh god, no. Oh my god, yep, run. Run right now. There's kind of nowhere for me to go, though. Except this way. Okay. Good lord. Yeah, we still can't pick up these items, by the way. We're kind of stuck with them. Just gross. Good. I would like for them to maybe leave us alone. I know. It's the anarchist in me talking, right? But I truly do believe that all governments are essentially the same. You're just trading one set of rules for another. You're trading one set of problems for another. It doesn't matter if it's a democracy, a constitutional republic, an oligarchy, you know, you could even have a kleptocracy or a magocracy. You know, country ruled by mages. Let's say that existed. It would all be the same. There would always be people in power who have control over people who don't. It is the oppressive stain of government. Corporations aren't much different or much better. Sure, they answer to the government, but guess what? They can just pay money. If the corporation is big enough, if the company is big enough, or even if they just know the right people, like you can have small companies, just pay the right amount, and the government will suddenly sing a different tune. It's incredible what money can do, or even just what an exchange of like beneficial resources can do to make a government look the other way. Like I said, I essentially think they're in bed with each other, and even if they're not all the same, even if there is some difference that I'm overlooking, right? The fact of the matter is that these two really big overarching entities cooperate with each other. I guess I'm kind of being ultra generalistic. Obviously, it depends on which country and which corporations we're looking at. Like, that makes all the difference. But I think in the end, money will eventually win out. Not only do I think this, I'm sorry, my dogs are just having a complete fit. I think my folks have actually left the house, which is why they're upset. I may or may not need to go address what they're barking at, but for the time being, I'm gonna try to ignore it. And we're gonna try to get out of here. And, you know, not royally mess it up. I know. I am talking on subject matter which I am not experienced and should therefore keep my mouth shut, right? Does my conversation of anarchism color your perception of me? It should. I hope it's not in a negative way, but I can't control that. I can only control the things I say or do. And some part of me definitely owes my existence to the government, the country, and the corporations which comprise it. I know, it's a double-edged sword, and you can very easily find hypocrisy within me for critique. There are certain corporations I think are better than others. But I would trust them about as far as I can throw them. Because corporations don't have to answer to average people. They answer to governments who answer to pressure from us, the common people, in so long as we have pressure to apply. The second that ceases to matter, well, government's gonna go where the money's going. Because that just makes sense. I think it makes sense. I think it makes logical sense. Who is, or what sorts of people, what kind of collections of people are the government going to care about? The ones that are powerless and work the more mundane jobs that they can maybe perhaps overlook? Or are they going to look at the corporations who make the money, and their contributions are more easily noticeable because of their magnitude and just how many more people are part of the collection, so to speak? I don't know, games like this that like twist real history into them make me get all philosophical. I don't know if I like that about myself. Because like I said, I'm quite surely speaking on subject matter I do not know enough about to talk about. And quite frankly, if certain people in my real life were to watch and hear what I have to say, surely they would think I'm a twisted caricature of a man. I'm gonna switch the position of the chat docs. There we go. Okay, so this is on the way to the Louvre, or the Luxembourg Palace. Excuse me. And oh boy. Oh, right. This is just... Damn it. Oh well. And I never really know who's watching, you know. Be like, ah, we found him. We found an anarchist. Quickly throw him into the cell before he has a chance to convince other people to follow his ways. I'm not that good at explaining my reasons, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not that talented. I have feelings on subject matter like this. The feelings that this game elicits by being a caricature, not a caricature, but an alternative interpretation and twisting of real world events. I have opinions on these things. And there would definitely be some druids and some bards out there who would not agree with the way I see things. Yeah, for those who don't know, I think I've mentioned this a few times kind of offhand, but I consider myself an unofficial member of the Order of Bards and Ovates. I consider myself somewhat of a philosopher. I spend a long time thinking about these things. Okay, we finally made it to some kind of crossover point. We just need to actually make it through. I spend a long time thinking about them, and of course I do some reading too. It's not like I just dwell on things forever. And especially when I'm doing a Let's Play of a game like this, I try to make sure I point people to source material, or at least to a collection page where the information is, so that maybe they could get that information for themselves. They could come to their own conclusions. I know what my thoughts are on things, but I do my best not to say, oh, well, this is what people should do, or shouldn't do, or should say, or shouldn't say. Well, or like, this is what they absolutely must say. Shoulds are one thing, but musts are something altogether different to at least a druid of my ilk. A bard of my ilk, an ovate of my ilk, no matter which way you want to say it. I try not to tell people what to do. I am nobody's master except my own. The decisions that we make must be your own, or we are puppets. I do not want to be Pinocchio. I do not want to be a puppet on a string. Now, regrettably, a lot of the population is a puppet on a string. Like, that's just the inevitable truth. And we don't know which percentage of the population that is. But there are people who just want to live in peace, and they don't mind what circumstances they are actually surrounded by. At least to a good degree. Eventually, everybody has a turning point where they sort of like become aware of where they are and what kind of people they're surrounded by, but some folk just want to be left alone. They're not willful puppets, but they're useful ones. I myself could probably be one right now. You never really know who's just floating along with their arms and limbs on invisible string, just kind of, and maybe the puppets are the people who don't have aspersions of their own, people who don't have their own ways of thinking and viewing things, excuse me. And I don't truly think anybody wants to be a puppet, wants to be someone's useful little pawn. I just think that's kind of how... I think that's just kind of how life turns out. That you were always someone else's useful puppet if you don't think about things. I should probably freeze this one. At least these automats take each other out. There we go. Nice and easy. Also, something else too is, in this age, it's really easy to say, oh, well, you have the information at your fingertips. It's super easy not to be, you know, this brain dead, this vile of a human being. You can look up what the correct opinion is. You can look up what the reasonable, salient human take is, and just mimic that. It absolutely reeks of puppetry, and shows that people would really rather not converse about these things. Guess they're tough subjects to have. But if you want to make people not be a collective, like, group of little puppets, you have to show them how to think. You have to show them to come to their own reasoning on things. Like with the French Revolution. Do you really, truly believe in it? It happened. People did believe in it. And eventually, it did happen. But it took a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to make that happen. Well-wishing certainly did not make that happen. It took actual action. Being an anarchist, you don't just suddenly come by that value on your own. You think about it. You read books. You learn people's perspectives. And you think about what those perspectives and that knowledge means with your own experience. You think about how you would apply those perspectives to your own living, to your own way of living, and then you think a little further. You think, were the perspectives justified? And for that, you only have your own interpretations to go by. You have only your own perspective to go by. Trying to remember if I have to go. I think I have to go that way. Wow, I dodged a little too early there. Nice. This is certainly not my best showing, is it? But yeah, when it comes to deciding, you know, what sort of philosophy do you believe in when it comes to interacting with your fellow man? Like, what kind of government do you really believe in? Or if you believe in any kind of government at all? Like, what sort of ethos, and ethics do you believe in? All those things kind of require sitting down and thinking about it for yourself. Some people come to the realization that ethics don't mean a thing to them, and they will do anything to follow their ideals. If the ideal is right, then it doesn't matter what the ethics are. And other people would say, only honest means. Oh, hey there, Monkey Funk 4D. Oh, I do not have... Hang on. Let's get the shout out going. Okay, welcome on in, everybody. I totally forgot to crank out the firebot, so you guys did not get that raid alert, and neither did I. Oops. But how is everyone doing? Welcome on in, welcome on in. Greetings to everybody from Monkey Funk stream. How are you all doing this fine Friday evening? My name is Coinstamp, and if you don't know about me, well, let me give you a little expose, if you will. Yeah, I'm waiting for Firebot to update, apparently. I am currently a variety streamer, but the main thing I am known for, or have been trying to be known for this past year, has been doing Elden Ring challenge runs, and specifically a modded version of the challenge run, based on a mod called Elden Ring Reforged, an overhaul mod made by Team Reforged. You can find it on Nexus Mods. So I've been trying to do a challenge run of that. And they, not that long ago, came out with a compatibility patch for Shadow of the Erd Tree. So when I get done with this, we got 2 whole playthroughs to do of Steelrising. We will be returning to Elden Ring Reforged. I'm glad to hear it, BDP. I'm gonna shorten that so I'm not saying P 5 or 6 times. My apologies in advance. Doing great, doing great. Just enjoyed a bunch of Star Wars Outlaws. How is it? I've seen some like snippets here and there, but don't really know that much. You did see that they released a patch? Mm-hmm. There are like 3 or 4 places you guys can go to see that patch, by the way. You can go to Nexus Mods, you can go to the Elden Ring Reforged wiki, you can go to the Discord, or here's the mystical 4th thing you guys can do. It'll blow your minds. You ready? Since I follow that Discord on my own Discord, if you want to see that patch without going there, you could join mine instead. Okay, I can't chill that seriously. This is how my name's supposed to be. You just add more P's until it's not taken already? I hear ya. That's completely fair, BDP. I used to add numbers to mine. And I'm thankful that I'm at least allowed to try to, like, reduce the numbers or remove them completely with my own usernames. Let me get you guys that Discord. Just gotta send this to the right place. I'm still not quite used to the combined chat dock yet. No, I don't want to do that. There we go. Got it. Do you remember the days of adding X's to names? I do. Yeah. I'm old enough to remember that. I see it sometimes on the internet. I laugh. But, you know, if you didn't want to use numbers, X's were how you did it. And don't worry about a NIV. A NIV is a Markov chain algorithm AI chatbot. A NIV is mostly here to help me retain my sanity. If I'm being honest with you. When the nights are quiet, a NIV will say something stupid. A NIV can be in up to 100 chats at any given time, and I currently have the lovely chat set to reply about every 10 to 15 sentences. So, if you want to hear a NIV say silly things, keep typing. If not, no big deal. No big deal. Yes, I would like to go ahead and install this update on Firebot. And then I'll go ahead and actually play that like alert and everything. And also let me close out the internet. Okay, refreshing the overlay. But I'm gonna stretch your legs and grab a bite. Very well. Yes, please go take care of yourself, Monkey Funk. And I'll do my best to make sure I keep your flock entertained. Lurk and enjoy your lurk. You deserve it. Now, for those who were there in Monkey Funk's stream, is Outlaws, like, essentially an RPG? Like I said, I've seen snippets, but I don't really know, the game that well. So I'm kind of looking for some outside perspective here. But Steelrising is definitely not like this game. It is a Souls-like. That's kind of my bread and butter when it comes to playing variety. Is typically I'm playing some kind of action RPG, whether that be this or Lies of P, or, you know, the actual Soulsborne games themselves, or something like Xenoblade Chronicles is kind of an action RPG. Kind of. It has action elements to it. We have beaten Xenoblade Chronicles 2 in this channel, so I do know what other, you know, I do know what non-Souls-like titles are like. Promise. Okay, I'm gonna double-check the overlay. Firebot, I do not know why you want to say that this isn't connected. It totally is. Hold on, I gotta find the Firebot. I don't want to reset this. Okay, here. We're going to refresh cache. Okay, cool. Guys, ready for the raid event? It's a good one. I worked hard. Now, of course, it's not Monkey Funk's name, but that's what you guys should have been greeted with. I have a huge storm motif on the channel. Rain is one of my favorite, like, bits of weather. I really like or prefer lightning storms, actually. Like, just speaking from my heart here. But lightning storms are dangerous. Don't stick in a lightning storm. That's rough. If you're gonna get caught out in inclement weather, make it the rain. Although, you know, these days, the inclement weather isn't as safe as it used to be. You've got the forever chemicals in the water. You also have the acid rain. Rain gets a little bit more toxic each year as chemical buildup, like, slowly accumulates. The rain is becoming less safe to soak up over time. Let me show you guys a bit of how this game works. Essentially, you've got like a repeating combo that you can do. You have light attack, heavy attacks, light attacks. You've got dashes. You can jump. You can grab ledges. You have power-ups that you can gain over time. Like this mid-air dash you do not start with. You also do not start with a battering ram either. You have to earn those things. You have a... Oh, hang on. That is not a good time to show you guys this. I want to be careful. Okay, so what I was going to say, now that I have an actual second, here is your equipment. You get 2 equipment slots. You get one. You can obviously have 2 of any kind of equipment you want, but I recommend having 1 melee weapon and 1 ranged weapon. You have armor that you can get for this game. There is a paper doll-like effect present with the game. The character is fixed, just like kind of like in Lies of P. It's P. That's the character, Pinocchio, who's never referenced by name, by the way. Here we learn the character's name is Aegis, and most importantly, outside of things that are essentially talismans or amulets, but in a different form. And like the dozens and dozens and dozens of lore bits that you can get involved with in this game, by far the most important gravitating feature is its story. Steelrising is loosely based on, or it's considered an alternative reimagining of the French Revolution if there was like a steampunk element to it. So you've got Marie Antoinette, you've got Gabrielle de Polignac, you have King Louis XVI, you have Marquis de Lafayette, Comte de Mirabeau, and so many others. You have all the major figures and more. And our job is to kind of like figure out what on earth is going on in France with these mechanized automats, and you'll never guess who they modeled to be the villain. Like, they'll say his name, sure, but you'll never guess the real-world analog. His name is Cagliostro. So you guys might be familiar with Saint Germain. He's the secretive sort of like occult figure, master of the occult. He was considered a magician for his time. That's more or less what he would be described as. Well, Cagliostro, or he is actually a man by the name of Giuseppe Balsamo. That's his name. Comte de Cagliostro. That's kind of like his full title there. He is also a magician, and he is regarded very much within the same circle as Saint Germain, but a little bit more of a crock, and also mostly irrelevant. The most he did was basically install... Give me 1 second. Fighting and clearing my throat at the same time is awful. He's talked about in the same circles as Saint Germain, but nowhere near as respected and mostly kind of forgotten. You can find his Wikipedia pages. Speaking of which, if you guys want to know more about the commands, you can type in !firebot commands to see the ones I'm referencing in chat, but I'm going to demonstrate one right now. So, most of these commands come with a cooldown, and for you guys on YouTube, I'm gonna have to copy this at a later point, but essentially, I've kind of like put together all the information, or not all, but like a brief snippet to mention in chat, and I give you guys a hyperlink to read more about the specific individual. If you want, I will go into the Discord here. If you come over to my commands page, you will see all the ones that I always have a bolded section where I separate the commands, and I've put together all of the Steelrising commands. You can come and basically see it for yourself. Or again, you can use ! Firebot commands to get the same bits of information. It'll pull up all the active commands for my channel. Right now, the Steelrising commands are all considered active. I may go back and actually like put designators on which sections of commands are active or not, because otherwise I'll have you guys typing in Lies of Peace soundboard commands and getting absolutely nothing for your time. Let's go ahead and rest. It's not a great idea that I'm doing here, but we're out of resources, and I don't want to lose our anima pile before we've reclaimed it. That is essentially what I'm doing now. What was I saying? Right. So I've worked really hard to give you guys information, because here's the thing about this game. It's based on the French Revolution, right? But I'm not going to suggest that you learn the French Revolution by taking the events of this game seriously. Come on. It's 1789. That's like the starting year for when the lead up to the French Revolution was happening. Do you want to know the most that they did with mechanical stuff back then? There was a guy, I forget his name, let's see, I may need to pull it up and try to remember. Vaucanson, that's it. In this game, his name is Eugène de Vaucanson, but in real life, his name, I'm pretty sure it's Francois de Vaucanson. And he was a mechanical engineer for his time, and was like a hardcore scientist. He created like a prototype for the automated loom. He created or authored the the metal cutting lathe. And the thing that this game really leans into is he was responsible for creating the first automated toys. Like the first automats, so to speak. Toys that required, or like devices, mechanisms that were kind of like self-operative. I think there was one where essentially it was like a mechanical duck, and you would actually be able to feed the duck, and the same stuff that you fed it would come right out of it, or like basically food would come out of it. That was kind of the mechanical duck was kind of considered the one little swindle that Vaucanson did, but for the most part, his creations were the real thing. In fact, I want to say his creations were so good that I think the Tsar Peter the Great, I know it was like a Russian Tsar before Catherine, or maybe post-Catherine. I'm trying to remember exactly which one. You can type in ! Vaucanson, Vaucanson, if you want to know more information. Again, I work really hard on these commands. Most of them have a 10 to 20 second cooldown, depending on how much text they have with them. But I try really hard not to just, hurt dirt. Here I am playing, you know, typical game, and I'm not minding the history much, or the significant figures all that much. I want people to know the history behind the game, and not just, oh, pretty game. I don't like that much. Because it's easy for people to get swept up in the game and not think that hard about whether or not it's the truth. I don't want this game to mislead people in the slightest. So I took it up on myself to put that information together. Nice. There we go. Got him. It only took us forever to get over here. I don't think we have much place to go, Coin. Oh, these are... I never noticed this with these, but they have feminine masks on. Look, I pay attention to a lot of stuff, but I'm definitely not perfect. I definitely don't pay attention to everything. I pride myself on doing better, but I'm certainly not any different than any other, like, fellow streamer. I make mistakes, I miss things. I just try to be more conscious and more self-aware that, oh, maybe I am missing something, and I should be extra thorough. Okay, good lord. Fighting some enemies in this game is kind of tough, and you kind of do have to have the reflexes for it. Maybe not so much reflexes, but you need to be quick on your feet in this game. And if you want to know more about the goals or build, you can type in ! Steel build or steel goals, all one word, all lowercase. You can also type in ! Nacon, N-A-C-O-N, or spiders, if you want to know more about the French gaming companies that were responsible for developing and publishing this lovely little game. It's fantastic stuff. Really. Truly. We will get to story soon. That much I promise. And also, we're probably due for another break, if I'm being honest with you. But I hope everyone had a good time at Monkey Funk's stream. He works really hard on his streams, and I'm glad you guys were there with him. I'm sorry, who said you could do that? Okay, 2, you don't even need to charge the shots. But you do have to be quick if you want to get these consecutive freezes off. But in case you guys aren't feeling up to typing in commands, and that's totally reasonable, the commands are there as, you know, extra things you guys can interact with. If you're like, oh, I don't want to wait for I don't want to wait for Coin to explain things. I want to see it myself. But essentially, we're doing a status build in this game, which is elemental alchemy, engineering, and health, with barely enough vitality or endurance. If I go here and go to our statistics, vigor, I'm sorry. Durability, engineering, elemental alchemy, all pretty much equal to each other, with some vigor and whichever other physical damage stat we need. And that's pretty much about it. Okay, I think we've made it. We've kind of gone in one big fat circle. What I probably really need to get to right now is actually back to the car slash the horseless carriage that Vaucanson designed. And I will do my best to say some of the French, but I'm definitely not going to be saying all of the French. And no, I'm not going to mock French people by saying, oh, baguette. That's dumb. Not even in closed friend groups do I think that's a good idea. It's super stupid. Oh, I think we found it. Yep, we found it. Although I do not think... Yeah, we went all this way. And this is essentially a mobile Vestal. That's what I was looking for. Took me entirely too long to say. And Vestals are essentially rest sites for this game. Not much more to say than that. You can buy things, you can you can upgrade yourself, you can check your equipment, you can read any correspondences you happen to have, so on and so forth. The horseless carriage really just kind of does it all. Now, we're going to take a break. I am 20 minutes overdue for a break. I should have taken one earlier. I do want to thank everybody so much for hanging out here. Oh, I'm sorry. I completely missed this. When did this... 8:43? Okay, I've just barely missed it. Hey there, High Speed Chase. Good to see you. How are you doing? You saw Mr. Stewart today. How is he? I mostly, like, read what he says on Facebook. I haven't met the man in quite some time. I apologize for missing your message until a bit later, and I am going to make sure that Firebot has actually... Okay, yep, Firebot is, like, reading this sentence accordingly. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen him in person. I hope he is doing well. And I hope you are as well. What was I saying? Right. Well, people can decide to tell me what it... Oh, hang on. He is well? Good. Good. Told him we had lunch. He's moved back. Oh, he moved. Yeah, that's right. He did move locations for a while. That's cool. I'm trying to remember where he moved to. like I said, it's been a while since I've kept up with him. I'll have to look back over the Facebook page to, like, kind of, like, follow the past history. Ah, Wyoming, way up north. Gotcha. Thanks for that. You didn't have to say that whatsoever. Yeah, that's quite a stark difference from where you and I are. I can't imagine you would want to move back. Wyoming is like beautiful countryside. Although, who knows? There's probably a circumstance I am not aware of as to why he probably moved back. You never really know how people are going to... Not how, but you never really know what might drive a person to move back to, like, a previous point of... a previous place of residence. I'll have to, like, really catch up on the Facebook page. I don't use Facebook that much. And I don't even really use Twitter all that much. The most I use it for is to keep an eye on things in the geopolitical sphere. These days I'm trying to, like, cultivate a Blue Sky membership. I need to go answer nature's call, so I'm going to do that. That's code for restroom, by the way. I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna take my 5 minutes and kind of get up and stretch. Should have taken them earlier, but I would love to continue this conversation when we come back, or when we come back from break. That being said, as a reminder to people on Twitch and on YouTube, we take 5-minute breaks. For those of you on Twitch, I do run some ads to help with the ad revenue. Thanks if you stick through that. I don't blame you if you get up and stretch, but I will see you guys in 5 minutes, and thank you so very much. I'm back. Sorry about that, folks. I hope everybody enjoyed their commercial break. I don't believe I've missed anything in chat, so here's the part where I'm going to do some major shilling, and then we won't have to worry about it again. I wanted to do it before I took the break, but nature calls and humanity answers. There really isn't that much, let me adjust the light 1 second. Like I was saying, when nature calls, humanity answers. And you don't really get a choice in that. So I had to answer that. But if you guys like the content and haven't already considered doing so, please make sure you have followed and or subscribed to the appropriate channels, following for Twitch, and subscriptions for YouTube. If you're on YouTube, I also highly recommend you join the Discord, which let me attempt to get a link out there for you. Okay, got that. I've got all that on YouTube. You guys already got it on Twitch, so I don't need to say it again. Right. For those of you on YouTube, Discord is the way you guys are going to get most of your benefits. Just go ahead and switch that, like, back. 90% of your benefits are Discord benefits. Also, if you're on YouTube and you want to financially contribute, please note that you never have to do this. But if you do financially contribute, your best options are going to be in the description below the video. I have links to the Linktree, Coffee, Patreon, and all that other fun stuff. Please feel free to check those out, or don't. Your choice. For those of you on Twitch and you'd like to go that extra step, I recommend a tier 1 subscription. That's going to be the best bang for your buck. You get emotes, some of which I design myself, others of which I've commissioned in the past. Believe when you subscribe. If you hadn't followed already, you get 10 total emotes, 5 from following and 5 from the tier 1 subscription. A tier 1 subscription also cuts out all the ads for this channel. It puts you ahead in queue for multiplayer games. It also puts you ahead or gives you more of an edge when collaborating with me in, like, say, certain projects. If you want to collaborate with me in a game and you're a content creator yourself, buying a tier 1 subscription would make it a little bit more likely that I go out of my way to purchase the game that you wish to collaborate with me on. Whereas normally I might say, well, let's see what the overlap in our libraries is, and we'll go from there. A tier 1 subscription helps do all of those things. Alternatively, you could also pay, like, I don't know, $16 for Twitch Turbo, but I don't recommend giving Amazon any money. That's just me personally. And that's it. That's all the shilling. All the shilling, all of it. It's the only shilling I'll be doing tonight. Only thing I might repeat is the Discord, because I work bloody hard on it. And I have all kinds of resources there for you. If you want to stay up to date with my stream schedule, I realize this week has been really bad because of what I said at the beginning, but I really recommend being on the Discord for at least that. I have a Google Calendar invitation that I passed out. It's in a resources tab. And if you click on it, you can even sync it up to your Android device. And I'm sure there's an equivalent instruction for Apple devices. But I update the Google schedule pretty religiously outside of certain exceptions, like this week. I would say is mostly an exception. I own the exception, of course. I am to blame, but it is mine. Now, we have... Let's go ahead and at least upgrade ourselves. What do we want to upgrade here? I actually think we probably are good to upgrade elemental alchemy. And then we'll upgrade engineering next, and we'll kind of keep these three tiered up for a while. We don't really have the upgrades to continue upgrading our weapons right now, and I think we're in a pretty good place as far as weapons go. What I would like to see is, are there more alchemical capsules? No, of course not. It's fine, I suppose. Well, I think there really aren't too many places left we can go except up here. We were told, and this is just kind of us going over one of the main quests again. Our task when we met with Monsieur Lavoisier, he told us, hey, we should go to the Cordeliers convent, a stronghold where the supporters of the Third Estate are, and we need to clear a path for him so he can do this. Not much more to say than that. And maybe even we'll find some of our other friends in there too. Although not everybody. And again, we will have to go back and get the missing echo that I know about. So we're going to go over here. We're going to open the big burly doors. And we're going to be greeted to a really lovely cutscene. Enjoy it, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy it. Was managing something with OBS. Here we go.
Ah, my pet automat returns.
Pet? What the devil do you mean?
It's quite all right, Maximilian. This machine and I are already acquainted. She's not like the others. For one thing, she didn't try to kill me. Extraordinary as it may seem, she's capable of speech and reason, just as you and I.
What the deuce?
Mademoiselle, please allow me to introduce you to Monsieur Maximilien de Robespierre, lawyer and representative of Artois at the now defunct Estates General.
Maximilien de Robespierre.
Inconceivable.
I'd wager it was she who laid waste to that monstrosity that was blocking access to the convent. And thus, it is thanks to her that I was able to get to you at all.
Oui. I eliminated it.
Am I to understand that you have embraced our cause?
I must reach the Bastille, where Monsieur de Vaucanson is being held prisoner.
And in whose name are you undertaking this mission, pray tell?
I obey the Queen.
Ah bon? So the Austrian has turned against her husband. I'm not entirely sure that's cause for celebration. No doubt she hopes to further the aims of her brother, Emperor Joseph. With all this turmoil, she could very well hand him the country. In any case, madame, you must know that you have no chance of reaching the Bastille. It seems every effort has been made to restrict access to it. It would seem that the king is keeping his most treasured possessions there.
I must complete the task that has been given to me.
Your obstinacy changes nothing, madame. Who knows? Perhaps in time an opportunity will present itself. But for now, let us consider the positive and take comfort in the fact that we appear to share a common goal. Bringing down the clockwork tyrant.
I must find Monsieur de Vaucanson. He holds the secret to the tireless automats.
This is surely true, and when the time comes, I will help you to reach the prison. Je vous le promets. But right now, the people are broken, counting their dead. They can but hide and pray they'll survive. Soon, however, those who bear love for their country in their hearts will be ready to fight again. We must prepare this uprising without delay. Since you have secured the area around this stronghold, more brave citoyens will surely join us soon. Alors, can we count on your support?
The king must be stopped.
I couldn't agree more, madame. I want you to know that I am deeply concerned about the fate of our host, Abbé Grégoire. We have him to thank for this refuge. He had promised to come to the sanctuary as soon as the king made good on his threats. But I got here first and found the place deserted.
According to the Marquis de Lafayette, Abbé Grégoire is at the Société des Amis des Noirs, in Place Saint-Marie, not far from Les Halles.
Well, have you made sure? What are you waiting for? The abbot is the soul of our assembly. He is the only thing that can keep us together, despite our differences.
Okay. Well, that was a lovely little cutscene, and of course, Antoine here is someone that we have freed from the clutches of Cagliostro, the mastermind behind this whole crisis. He's here. We need to do the same with the other men that are also here. I know one of those is at the Luxembourg Palace, but we need let's speak to all these gentlemen. Let's see what they have to say. Also, for those who are wondering, where's the real-world analog in all this? Maximilien de Robespierre. I have to remember that the S is almost separated from either side of the word here. He was a very eloquent speaker in life. A very eloquent speaker. He addressed his countrymen many times, both before the Estates General, or like basically the National Convention, and after, when the National Assembly was formed and the First Republic of France. The First Republic of France actually took shape. I wonder if the French people had the powers of foresight then, you know, beyond believing in magicians like Cagliostro back then, the real world Cagliostro, or Giuseppe Balsamo, would people still have trusted Maximilian? Or would they have still trusted him, knowing that he was going to foist them into the reign of terror? I honestly don't know, but it's a lovely question to think about.
What news, madame? Will Abbé Grégoire join us at our sanctuary soon?
I do not know.
What are you waiting for? Find out. Bring him to us, I beg of you.
Were you present when the Estates General was dissolved?
Oui, madame. I had a front row seat. I witnessed what it cost to defy the crown. We laid bare before the king the abject misery of his subjects. It was more than he could suffer. So he had the people's representatives dispersed by means of bayonets. At least we only had to contend with soldiers made of flesh and blood, positively angelic compared to the machines that have swept through Paris.
Were you present when the Estates...
Oui, madame. I had a front relay, so he had... At least we...
Okay, so same dialogue.
Goodbye, Monsieur de Robespierre.
Sorry, I had to muffle the mic there. I did not want you guys to, receive that awful sneeze in your ears. And again, you know, please do let me know how my audio balancing is. I have worked hard to put the 4-band equalizer on my microphone. So while I've got the pop filter for the plosives, it does nothing for de-essing. That I need a extension for, and I was fortunate to find one before, you know, episode number 4. All right, Antoine, what do you have to say?
Monsieur Lavoisier.
Madame, you're my guardian angel. I don't know anything about you or what drives you, but I owe you my life and can refuse you nothing.
All right, and what about Mirabeau? No, Mirabeau, good sir. I did not appreciate being referred to as a pet. Would you like to take that back before I feed you a fistful of automat knuckle sandwich?
Monsieur de Mirabeau.
Have your efforts paid off?
Nope. He's like, I don't give an F whether or not, I called you a pet. You'd better do what, Monsieur de Robespierre has to say. Monsieur de Mirabeau, here is what I've been able to learn about our companions from the Third Estate. At the time of writing, deputies, oh god. I'll do my best. Jesus Christ, I'm so scared to do this. Oh my god, I literally cannot. I am so afraid to butcher these names right now. There's so many names. There's so many names. Wow, that is a lot of people that are dead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm certainly not butchering 7 French names. No, I'm sorry. That's 7 who have died. How many more? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 total Frenchmen whose names actually, there's even more. 16, 17 total Frenchmen whose names I refuse to butcher, and an 18th at the very bottom who I will call Nicholas in an effort to not butcher it. But this basically more or less describes the people who died, the people who found safe harbor, the people who were able to leave, and, a hope to keep Mirabeau informed of future developments. Okay. So we're back out in the theater, the quarter of the French theater here. And our goal is to kind of go out and find Mr. Gregoire. Which I know the closed captions are going to make a butchery of. I don't think I'm mispronouncing Gregoire that badly. Like I said, if I hear the French name, I can kind of make it out. I can sound it in my head until I get it right. But those 15 names, I couldn't even begin to tell you how that was pronounced. And I'm hoping that the French people, the French commenters, the French viewers, or people with French origin will appreciate the fact that I am not butchering those names. I do have a hard limit on what kind of personal suffering I dole out to the masses with their ears and my pronunciations. Like I said, I can make a reasonable pass at Italian because I've actually spent time in Duolingo learning it. Do I need to whip out the Duolingo and try to learn French? Would that make me a better, person? I have no idea. Okay. So we have 2 power-ups, and if we go look at our map here... So this is where we'll find the abbot. And we still have the surgery. And then whose echoes have we not discovered yet? Yeah, so Mr. Bailey's. And I want to say the 3rd echo is here in Luxembourg. I'm just gonna make sure. Okay, so the image that I had in my head was apparently a different image altogether. So we need to go back and, we actually need to go back to, the Tuileries, or the gardens in front of the Louvre, and figure out where I'm going. Now, this is a first-time playthrough, but I am by no means, like, you know, preventing people from talking about the game. I just ask that you don't backseat me, really, and maybe don't spoil things we haven't seen yet. But the echoes here, I know I've missed it, and we just need to go grab the echoes. Now, why am I going out of my way to do this, right? Why am I doing it? Well, with Mr. Lavoisier, we needed his echoes to actually rescue the real man. If we want to rescue the real man here in this game, we need to find the third one. And I know we found the one before the Louvre, the one in the Louvre, and we need to go into the gardens and get the last one. I think we needed the battering ram to get to it even. And we might as well make a go at getting the battering ram into good use. Because there were quite a few like hastily built walls that we could break down. Something else I should probably say is this game has long loading screens. This game can have tremendously long loading screens. It is also super not optimized for gaming rigs anywhere. This game natively runs at about 45 frames per second. 45 frames is about the register. I have seen it run as low as 35 frames per second. It's really strange. It's not 30, but it's not 60. It never caps out at 60, despite being marketed to be at 60. And it's not really something you can fix either. Most of the ones that, like, attempt to optimize the game don't really do a great job at doing it. I have thought about modding this game. I suppose I should have explained that. That's yet another shtick of mine. Is that I normally try to mod the games I play to give them my own unique twist on them by, you know, showing off other people's creations and what they managed to do with them. What they've managed to do with, like, the game engine and everything. Now, while the engine is not truly all that proprietary, it did come from, the game's engine didn't come from another place. I want to say Spiders. Spiders is the actual development company, and their engine is the Silk engine. That is what they called it. Every game they make is using the Silk engine. Spiders, Silk, get it? Okay. Look, laughing and jokes aside, I mean, they do seriously market their, they do quite seriously market their engine as, like, a unique piece of their craft. And we would not have the games with spiders unless, you know, they made use of their engine. There we go. I've got all the dirtily little red framing marks off my OBS view. So, you can go to a variety of places. I went to the Tuileries first, but I'm fairly sure you could probably go through No, actually, you could go to the city. You could not go to Luxembourg. You needed to come here in order to get the in order to get the notice about going to Luxembourg. So our options were going to find Count Mirabeau or going to find the Mr. Gregoire there. Nice. So we're doing yet another spot of cleanup. We haven't really made that much progress, all things considered. The most we did was actually meet the third and final leader that we could choose for the game, and that is Maximilien de Robespierre. That's it. So we've met everybody that is in my overlay at the bottom. We have our choice between Lafayette, Mirabeau, or Robespierre. The canonical choice, by the way, based on the events of real-world history, is in fact Robespierre. Because Lafayette was driven out as a royalist, and Mirabeau was actually just a corrupt man. I'm pretty sure he was also a royalist. I'm having to, like, really think about what I've read in terms of the French Revolution. But, this man, the real Mirabeau, only thought about his own political career. He was such a self-serving egomaniac. It's not funny. He definitely only thought of himself. Okay, so I think we have found... Yep, that's everything that was over here. I could have swore there was a lock we could bash, but maybe it's over on this side. I'm choosing to kind of go through everything in sequence because we have a new power-up. We absolutely should make sure that we make... Oh, hello. We should absolutely make sure that we left nothing to chance. Maybe if I get proficient at killing enough, we'll have like a couple hundred capsules to our name. I can't believe I'm gonna have to do that much grinding, by the way, just to you know, it's awful, just to kind of keep up with the game. But I am willing to do that for you guys. Nice. It's fine. We could just do it. And I'm pretty sure that's meant to be read the key to the Louvre, or the Louvre's key, however you would say that. I believe in English, the key would have a Y in it. Alright, let's try to quickly make it through this without dying. And if we don't run, and we lock onto our targets, we might be able to sneak up on at least some of them. I am really coming to appreciate these claws. They're fantastic weapons. So, what's your favorite weapon to fight with in a game? Now, I have a good friend who's paid a visit to the stream already, and he does not game much anymore. For good reason. Nice. Oh, oh, right. That's not the one that induces frost. These days he's mostly focused on his business. And that is perfectly fine. I should be more focused on mine than I currently am, but... I don't know. I've been going through a bit of jading lately. Also, most people... I pet sit and house sit for a living. I've got a lot of internal pressure to do things a certain way when it comes to my self-made business. I'm under a lot of pressure to actually sit at a person's home instead of just dropping by a person's home for any length of time. I want to make sure. I might need to shoot here. Okay, we know that guy around the corner is going to be shooting stuff at us. And I guess it's easy for people to say, oh, well, you should operate it the way you need to operate it. I wish I could, but the people I live with are involved in the transportation. It affects them. They absolutely deserve some small amount of say in how I do things. Absolutely. Okay, I know we got ambushed by one lying in wait, and I can't... here. I want to be careful. But I suppose the other big thing is people don't trust a random stranger to sit in their house. I've sort of been conditioned to the exception with a long-term client that I was just kind of doing this for pocket money with initially. But the truth of the matter is, most people, you either kennel their pets or you know, you occasionally drop by to check on their house. I totally get that. Nice. Let's try not to die here. The key to combat in Steelrising is, well, just like... Are we back? Hope so. Okay, I think we're back. You guys may need to refresh your stream. Yeah, you guys may want to refresh your stream just in case. I don't... Sometimes, YouTube and Twitch like to pause streams respectively. Okay, we definitely don't need to go that way. That is quite literally just a shortcut. And I want to say, like, the first breakable wall that's here doesn't show up until after we get out of the first garden. And the echo I'm looking for is in the gardens in front of the Louvre. So not here, basically. Let's go ahead and use this. And not a single alchemical capsule in view. Absolutely awful. Want to say we just need a block of bismuth? Well, I guess we might as well buy it. Oh, we need a second block of bismuth, not just one, but like 2 blocks of bismuth. I guess let's go ahead and sell these and see if we can't afford it. By the way, if you're thinking, oh, this is just another steampunk game, no, there's actually, it's not just technology, it's also alchemy and necromancy, all fused into one setting. Just really freaking cool. It's sorcery and technology. There's no, preferential treatment to one or the other. But and all of it is absolutely viewed with some sense of distrust. Do I want... Yeah, let's get the second block. Nope, I totally did not want to do that. Let's use this. By the way, for those of you on Twitch, did you know I'm also on YouTube? Twitch, you want to say hi to YouTube? Let's say hi to YouTube. Hi, YouTube. We're multi-streaming. Do you know I also do Let's Plays? I mean, we're doing a live one right now, but I do non-live ones too. I have a Dragon Quest series going on right now. If you guys want to see more of that, you can hop over to YouTube/SwirlingVortex09. You can also click on the link tree below my stream on Twitch. You can also... There should be a panel labeled YouTube if you're on Twitch. If you're on my Discord, there should be a link in the content resources section. Okay, we have the second block, but we need more anima assets. That's fine. We at least have the materials to make the attempt at upgrading things. Oh wow, I need to be paying attention to capsule usage. That uses 3. So just to inflame someone, we essentially went through 12 capsules. Wow, that is an awful rate. That is an absolutely terrible rate of exchange. I definitely want to not be doing that in the future. Oh god, the game has, taking the break that I took earlier has really thrown my routine off. I definitely should have taken one a little bit earlier. Hi. Oh, come on then, show me what you're made of. Nice. Okay, I definitely don't want to be caught in view. There are some lancers that can shoot at us from further ahead. That's why I was trying to be careful. don't want to pull, like, random foes in this game. You will get overwhelmed and you will die. Okay. I think we should be heading this way first. Right, you're meant to reach that from another floor. Hey there, Devious Grace. Welcome, welcome, welcome on in. Good to see ya. How are you doing? How's married life? Hope you enjoy your stay. Let's get a shout out for Miss Devious Grace. She plays lots of stuff, just like I do. I'm literally the reverse. Lol, JK. I wouldn't say that. I think the only big difference is I'm not into the whole horror horror games are kind of your shtick. We have overlap in general RPGs, whereas I don't know if I've ever seen you play any kind of Souls-like before, like any game in this sub-genre. Good God, I cannot speak. But I know our content has some overlap. So I haven't because someone ruined it? Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm not gonna ask who ruined it, but what did someone just spoil Lies of P? Or you just got off a long day at work, gonna play some Five Nights at Freddy's? Awesome. And hopefully eat something. Yeah, you feel like a fatty? You ate a lot today? Well, I hope the food was good at the very least, but if you need to go do some R&R after work, that is totally fine. I totally understand that. Please enjoy the Five Nights at Freddy's while we continue to traipse about alternative universe France. My R&R, devour a whole pot roast. Pot roast does sound good. Aniv, what are you saying, man? When am I going to drop dead, Oat Smilers? Jesus Christ, Aniv, stop. Aniv, I've never seen you be, so self-aware before. And I love a crock pot because I literally work an 8-hour shift. Yep, my stepmother was the same way when she was working. And you could just have it go that whole time. And I'll be ready by the time I get home. No work? Yeah, I totally get that. You just have to do the prep work in advance. That's all. For a second, you thought he said drop dead cats, and I was like, we're gonna have a problem here? Nah, man. Aniv's talking about dropping dead itself. If it weren't for the fact that AI is, or Aniv is an AI chatbot, I'd be a little bit more worried. Uh-oh, I don't want to be caught or stuck on that. Dead oats. And I'm guessing the Oats Smilers? Yeah, that's a reference to Oats and Goats. So for those who don't know more about Aniv got its initial training data from the Super Metroid speedrunning community, and a prominent streamer and content creator over there. His name is Oats and Goats. I watch his content sometimes on YouTube, mainly. And can I just say that some people, hello, who took a pot shot at me? I don't know, but it definitely shouldn't have worked. I think it might have been someone from over there. But, yeah, his name is Oats and Goats. He's mainly a Super Metroid speedrunner. He does do other content as well, not strictly Super Metroid, but that's where Aniv got a lot of its training data from, is all of the people chatting over there when a Niv was present in that chat at the same time. He also spent a good chunk of time, a Niv also spent a good chunk of time training in the channel called Imit. IMYT, Imit. And the people in those two chat rooms, Oats and Goats, or I should say, not chat rooms, people in those two stream chats, Oats and Goats and Imits, are trolls, or they spent a good chunk of the time trolling. And so that is a Niv's baseline, is like semi-hardcore trolling. Oh, hello, I wasn't expecting to make it to the palace. Is there gonna be, is that where Echo's gonna be? Is here in the palace? Okay, technically we did make it to the palace, but... well, we did technically make it to the to the palace. It's a completely different, it was at a completely different section. Thank you for the posture check, Devious. I'm not sure why the alerts are not playing, but rest assured I am seeing them.
Useless flesh.
Ah, there we go. The blurp ones are working fine, but the other ones not so much. Okay, I really don't think, like, using electricity on an electric bot is all that smart. I'm gonna need to take a drink, probably. But thank you for the audio redemptions. They had a little spice of life, and that was their goal when I made them. Ask a question not to be personal or anything? Sure, although if it's of a particularly charged nature, I can't guarantee I'll answer it, but you may ask. Thank you for asking in advance. How old am I? Oh, that's an easy question. I'm 32. I have been alive for a little bit longer than perhaps some people might say I've been around. Half the time I either get, oh, you must be way older than 32, or you must be totally younger than 32. I've gotten both ends of the spectrum before. It really just depends on how much of a haggard day I've had. It's awesome. 29? So close to that big 30? Well, I'm glad you think 30 is that big. You always say inside that you're 80. Valid. Completely valid. Give me 1 second, and I'll be totally happy to continue replying. This guy is a bit involved. Some days I feel my age, and other days I feel older. I would say this week I definitely felt older. I spent most of my time sleeping and being alive in pain with stomach issues. I probably had... Hello. Yes, doggos, I know you're right there. Wednesday, I was dealing with lactose sensitivity issues. My folks got me some ice cream as a gift, and I was really thankful, and I ate it. You know, it was getting melty, and I didn't want it to, you know, melt all over the furniture. But, that happens to me if you have a whole liter of frozen yogurt. Yeah, For me, I would say if it's more than maybe a cup of milk. If it's like whole milk, 2% skim, doesn't matter. The lactose in milk is enough to like set me off. And of course, ice cream is such a... It's one of those... You don't really think you have a stomach allergy or a mesenteric or intestinal allergy until you lie in pain with like cramping and all other manner of thing I will not describe on this stream. And I've already described it once. I will not describe it again. I will keep that part of it sanitized, but it sucks. Now, sometimes, make sure I'm not missing chat here. God, I'm so sorry that it's such a struggle. That's lactose sensitivity or intolerance for you. I love cheese, and I'm more than happy to eat cheese. Don't get me wrong. There are some things that I'm willing to be in pain for. I am discovering that what I'm willing to be in pain for is far, far fewer than I had previously thought. Wednesday and Thursday this week were essentially, Coin lies down after, like, being awake in the morning and misses stream because he is lying in pain. Absolutely awful. I do not wish lactose intolerance on anybody. That is the genetic lottery of screw-ups. You love ice cream too much? I love it too. Unfortunately, I have not met a milk or dairy-free ice cream yet that doesn't have a funny aftertaste to it. Yeah, I always have. There's a reason why I would often get upset stomach after having a bowl of cereal in the morning as a kid. It was because I was lactose sensitive / intolerant. Chat, I gotta stock up on my snacks. Yeah, yes, Aniv. Please go do that. Please go do that, good sir. Yeah, it's genetic. Once, if you got it, you got it. Nothing much you could do about it. You just, like with any other allergy, you learn to navigate what you can and can't tolerate. Yeah, listen to Devious and Niv. Go get some Rice Krispies. Go get some Rice Krispie treats. I would love to make those sometime. My dad really enjoys those. What was I saying? Right, allergies. It is essentially an intestinal / stomach allergy. It's how the genetics pan out. Do not wish it on anybody. It's just like with phenylketonuria, PKU. That's how most people know it. It's a genetic condition where there is a certain group of peptides that you cannot break down. Your body does not have the enzymes for it. That's code for proteins that can process other proteins. That's what enzymes are. They are chemical catalysts. People with PKU do not have certain ones required to process those peptides. And if people with PKU ingest those peptides, they will die. It is lethal. As long as they do not... It's not really life-threatening. It just requires some dietary exchange. There are certain things you cannot have if you have PKU. I think pickles is like one of them. I'd have to go look at a list, but it's an easily Googleable condition. And it's genetic. And people live with it. But unlike me, where my lactose sensitivity / lactose intolerance, the most that happens to me is I feel really cruddy and I don't want to be alive for a while. People with PKU don't get that choice. Worse happens. If they indulge themselves for even a minute, they're dead. They have to go to the hospital, and they're lucky if the hospital can process. Reminds me of when you get a cluster headache. Yeah, kind of like that. Well, okay, especially not like... Hi, would you like to execute another grapple attack? I'm definitely not paying as much attention as I should be to this. Thank the Lord.
Not only are you incompetent, but shameless to boot.
Yeah, I gotta focus. I know, that's what that command is there for. Oh, really? I killed your friend, would you care to join? It doesn't, I'm hoping the cluster headache doesn't kill you if it's left untreated, but I can certainly see how it would be debilitating, because you can't think straight, you're in pain, your blood vessels are literally experiencing, like, high blood pressure. Let me tell you, they don't, but it feels like it, yeah, exactly, you're in pain. You feel like you're dying. They're also known as suicide headaches. Didn't know that. I'll have to look more into that, perhaps on break, which I should probably take before things get too carried away. I've been meaning to take one earlier, and in fact, nature is starting to give me that call, but I want to make sure I read this before I take that break. Let me tell you, I literally throw up all day, you're buck-ass nude, laying in the bathroom, just dying. That sounds like me when I start throwing up. Ugh. And the only sustenance is sleep, yeah? Water and sleep. And sometimes when I sleep and wake up, even then it doesn't stop. Yeah, it's bad. I'm sorry that you have to deal with that. That's not fun. I've only vomited a few occasions in my own life. I haven't had one in a while, thank goodness. I don't know how you haven't had one with all your stress. Hold on. Knock on wood with all that, right? You manage your stress. You find ways to manage your stress. And you will probably be okay. Not just mental stress, but physical stress. I don't know what the exact triggers are for the suicide headaches. What if the stress is the only thing keeping the headaches away? Dun dun dun! Oh, that would be an awful revelation, wouldn't it? That would be an absolutely ghastly revelation. I mean, humans are never not in stress, right? There's this term called eustress, and simply stress. We're always in a state of stress because we're constantly receiving stimuli. It's a biological thing. Eustress is simply good stress, for those who don't know what the word means. The only stress you really want to watch out for is distress, bad stress. That's the stuff that's problematic. Because for real, it's been like a while. But you've been the most stressed you've ever been. I trust the marriage you have isn't contributing to that. Not saying it is, or I'm not trying to cast any character on your partner or anything, but marriage takes work. I've watched people like buckle under the strain of that. That's all I mean. I'm quite sure. Oh, thank you for those subs. I do not know why that is playing. Can I maybe... Let me... Okay, well, it works here. Like, the notice is here, but the alert is not. No, you've been together for 10 years, so it's not that. Ah, okay, good. I'm glad about that. Like I said, it's just a matter of... Relationships take work, but I'm glad that isn't the case. It's always money. Money is ass. Yes. Man is a 4-letter word, and when it comes to money, it's really absurd. It's not fake, it's just inferred. 10 bonus points to anyone that can guess that song reference. It's like you make more and then more things come. That's money. More money, more problems. I don't want to be rich. Most people don't. You just want to be able to pay your bills and have extra money. You want to be able to live well. Yes, I totally get that. I do too. Most people do. They want to live well. Maybe it's not so much the bills. Like, if the bills didn't exist, but the money still did, you know, you'd want to be able to live well. But let me tell you, the wedding did do some great things. Sure. I'll keep walking while you tell me those things, and then after that, I will, take a break. Got a hot pot and a thing that roasts chickens. Rotisserie, right? I'm assuming that's what you're talking about? Is a machine that roasts chickens on a spit? Yeah, that'd be a rotisserie. Oh, no problem. No problem. I know many words. I am a wordsmith. Where? I know where this echo is that I'm trying to grab, but we have done everything except go get it. And I'm gonna trust that I find it. Yeah, rotisserie is a loan word. I'm not surprised. It's also quite long, too. The machine that roasts chickens works just as good for me. Continue. If you feel up to it. Dude, but a rotisserie is so, like, it's a great choice to have that. Yeah. Just like with the crock pots, right? You know, you can adjust the settings on a rotisserie machine and let it go to work. Whole chicken is like 11 or below. It's getting more expensive, but it's still the cheapest meat. You got it. You're just throwing some spices on that baby in an hour. You're good. Yeah. I remember having lots of rotisserie chicken when I lived with my mom. It was like the thing we would have a lot. We had like a cheaper rotisserie, but we would usually put vegetables in with the rotisserie as well. Because the rotisserie was kind of more like a tray that you could have a chicken on a spit, but you didn't have to have the chicken on the spit. You could use it more like a convection oven than anything. Rotisserie chicken and vegetables were great. And the best part is if you've got like a rotisserie that has room for a collection tray, you can take the drippings from the chicken and freeze them and keep them as soup stock. My mom would do that. She would take the drippings from chicken she would cook and she would make sure they were frozen or kept cold. And if we ever had soup, Mom would make the soup from scratch with shredded chicken. And for me, there would be more vegetables in it that you could ask for. My sibling was mostly a meat and potatoes person. Their chicken soup was mostly chicken soup with shredded chicken and maybe like some noodles or something. If we didn't have the canned stuff, that is. It's great. Okay, so we're trying to get this specific echo, and I probably need to pull out. We know it's here in the Louvre's gardens. I just need to figure out where specifically, like which fence it is. And then once we do that, I'll like take the break that I was supposed to take. Nope, that is incorrect. I feel like I have run into the lion's den here. Yuck. Oh, right, this doesn't work. Oh, if we get booty blasted, we're done. Guaranteed. Okay, I was expecting that to be a hairier fight than it was. I'm sorry, I'm checking out. Oh, I can't even do that. Really, my guy? Really? Utterly tasteless and unnecessary. Ambushing a man while he's checking on his tech. Not cool. I'm checking out, like, the activity feed and checking why the events are not particularly working when it comes to the audio. It's all good. Be lurking and working. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Thank you. That one works, but that's because Blurp made it work. I might need to restart OBS, but thank you. I will hydrate right away. That did have the secondary side effect of intensifying nature's call, so I think what I'm gonna do is quickly navigate to some higher ground and take that muchly deserved break. The last one for the night. I would have taken one more, but let's just say I didn't take a break when I normally would have. I want to thank everybody so much for hanging with me. I really greatly appreciate it. Whether you're on YouTube or Twitch, or eventually when I get it set up, Trovo, I really do appreciate the company. It's been nice to have it tonight. And again, I do apologize for not being around this week. This week was really bad. Of course there are excuses, but I still stand by my reasons anyway, and appreciate any leniency and love from the chat and from my community. I really do appreciate it. You guys know the drill by now. 5 minutes, 90 seconds of ads, and I'll see you guys after this commercial break. Thanks. Okay. I am back. So sorry about that. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their stretch time. I wish I could say I did, but unfortunately I ended up giving my dad a scare instead of enjoying it, so that didn't really happen. My dad was so locked in on what he was doing, he didn't even hear that I disarmed the system to go outside. He didn't see me walk past him. It was like a literal ghost, despite him having like perfectly functional senses. Nice. I need to be really careful. So now, where is this lovely piece of fence that we need to go to? So for those who are wondering what our current objective is, it is to get an echo of Monsieur Bailey. Let me show you here. Jean Sylvain Bailey. You almost don't even say the L. This is really weird. Nice. Come on. Yep, this one is the alchemical variant. Really need to like careful. Okay, got him. Gotta be careful because there are definite. I'm sorry, where did that come from? Okay, there's not a second one, thank goodness. Phew. All right. Check on YouTube. Make sure nothing's changed. Doesn't look like it has. It's totally fine. Hope my dear friend is still doing well. He's probably taking care of his family. It's about as far as I'm gonna say for his protection and mine. Okay, so this isn't the bit of fence I'm looking for either, right? I know it's supposed to be somewhat green. I know we're looking for bit of greenery around this specific fence I'm looking at. on. I need to watch out for that trumpeteer. When you know you're being reckless, like internally as you're playing, and you're like evaluating your own gameplay in real time, it's hard not to panic just a little bit regarding the game, and making sure you're not like dying accidentally. Like, let's try to figure out where this is, because I saw a picture, but we're looking for some steel fencing, kind of like the ones we're seeing right here. I'm gonna pull up the image again, because I know we went past it. Okay, so there's a bed of flowers before you can enter the Louvre, and that's where it's supposed to be. Is that the one we're missing, though? Yes, that is the exact echo we're missing, actually. Once we get the echo, we can just focus on bashing open the, we can focus on bashing open, like, any broken walls. Okay, is that the only one? That appears to be the only one. Like I said, I wouldn't be retreading old ground like this if we weren't trying to grab, waiting for this guy to, like, throw a punch or something. Come on. Come on, get out from under there. Good, Jiminy, like Jiminy Cricket, I guess. Before entering the Louvre, well, that would be like over here. So there's supposed to be a flower bed. Probably pass through here. It's like this flower bed. Ah, found it. Sit tight, ladies and gents. Notice that the battering ram there did not even... Hello. That battering ram did not even bother to use like the battering ram or the pillar it was equipped with. You just grabbed him and put him in a coffin, presumably. Okay, what can we replace this with? This is the avarice module. No such luck. I fear we're not really going to be able to change that. Yeah, we've got we've got some good modules on us. We're kind of in this weird spot where we don't really want to change anything we're equipped with right now. But we know we probably need to eventually. Well, I guess let's go check out what the, oh, he already busted open this wall. Okay, well, that's this right here. Goodness. I'm trying to remember. I think we have to go through here. Yeah, we do in fact have to go through here. Alright, come on. Come on, Monsieur Automata. Show me you mean business. He showed me he meant business, all right. Thankfully, getting to him will not be that complicated. Oh, we're way back here. All right, I wasn't expecting that. All right, let's try not to fight things we don't have to. I'm usually really bad at this. I'm bad at kind of like just running through things like this, but I'll give it a good show. I'll give it a good go, I guess. Oh, well, that's kind of unfortunate. This should be Mirabeau's place. Yup. Mm-hmm. And these more or less reset enemy aggro as well, so we're looking at, if we're having problems, we can in fact just use one provided an enemy isn't immediately nearby. Now we try to return to the Louvre. Dang it. Okay, why are we headed back here all of a sudden? Man, the game sure does like to, Oh god, this is very incorrect. come on. Stop trying to circle strafe me. Oh, yep. Uh-huh. These guys have group AI. That's really funny. They're just trying to, like, block me from doing anything right now. All right. There's a lot of enemies on retainer for freezing. I get the feeling I will have to blast them out by freezing, though. Oh god, there's a fourth one. Why? Why did there have to be the fourth one? I guess because I ran in like an idiot, huh? Literal idiot sandwich. Isn't that a Gordon Ramsay line? That's one. Okay, now we just have one. And then there was one. Oh! All I wanted was a shortcut. Nice. Isn't this the high-octane thriller we've been wanting, everyone? I am pretty sure this is a shortcut. Although I'm not sure we wanted the choppy frame rate, but that's a different problem altogether. Okay, now which part of the... Ah, this brings us back to the palace gardens. Shit. F. Huge F. We are running really low on alchemical capsules. That should do it. I will definitely be grinding alchemical capsules so that we don't have to, you know, watch me suffer for like 5 ever. And I'll put that up on YouTube as an actual video and everything. I'll make a thumbnail. I'll have one set up for the posterity videos if that's required. Okay. This guy we probably need to freeze. Oh, you guys are intense. Specifically that one. And I think it's worse because we're really low in alchemical capsules. We basically don't even have enough to cover the cost of doing business. Typically I run through 1 to 3 per enemy, just trying to like use their alchemical status effects, but I guess that's got a limit, doesn't it? Okay, I think we've managed to like hit the disassembly was lost with use. Yeah, I know about that one. And it's not like we have access. Oh, hell, we have an equatorial ring. Also, we need to make our way over to the coffin. I've forgotten about this. This pocket-sized astronomical tool is based on a principle known since ancient times and is used to tell the time by the sun and stars. When its circles are folded together, it is often worn as a pendant. It serves as a sign of recognition among astronomy enthusiasts. A pocket astrolabe, basically. Which is really, really freaking cool. Okay, let's try something else. Nice. I do need to, like, try to lure this guy. Once he comes down the stairs, we can fight him. Just think. Moves like Jagger, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, you probably want to think, I don't know, moves like Raphael Sorrel from Soul Calibur? I don't know. Today's modern dancing is more like, you know, wiggling, and not really like moving back and forth. Graceful, elegant, but moves with purpose, and moves ever forward, and not, you know, just wiggling, which again is what modern dance really is when you get down to it. It's just wiggling, like wiggling in place, and grinding ass in front of everybody. That's really what it's all about. So we're at the Louvre's key, but no, I don't really want to be up here. Yeah, we got to make our way back over to the big guy. I don't know what I'm going to do about that. We got to go through here, essentially. Hello, Twinkle Toes. Would you like to join me? Can you fit up these stairs, you hunk of metal? Eh? You scrap bit of bolts? Yeah, I suppose you can. Back to the key. Absolutely awful. Ooh, I don't know if this was a smart idea. At least by doing things this way. We can sort of, we don't have to go through, like, the Louvre ever again. We need to visit a Vestal, though, if we want to make that dream reality. Or find some, yeah, there we go. There's the Louvre's backside. The apartments. We wanted to go to the apartments. France always does have such pretty architect. Okay. Up here. Ah. These dances with death scare me. Not gonna lie. These dances with death absolutely scare me. Isn't it exciting? You can't ever tell when your content creator or entertainer is nervous. Pretty sure. Nope, not here. We need to go this way. Yeah, because this is his observatory. Head down. Ah, yes. What does this unlock? I don't think I ever actually... Ah, this is the first floor. Oh, isn't it like up here? Like... We need to, like, quickly get up here. In here before they know before they realize that how dumb I am. Yep, right through here. Slide down. And then where is your coffin, monsieur? It's right here.
They're here. A horde of assassins. Death itself encased in an iron shell. Flee! Gentlemen, flee! While there is still time!
There. You are no longer in danger.
Ludia?
It's like you just...
Are you the one who has released me from this nightmare? But how? Did your master send you?
Ludia?
My
Who's
name
that?
is not Ludia, monsieur. I'm called Aegis, and I serve only the Queen.
Ma pauvre enfant. Ludia. Aegis. And yet I fear that you are neither.
That is probably closer to the truth,
It is
monsieur.
of no importance, monsieur. I have a mission to accomplish.
So, tell me about this nightmare.
What did you see and hear before you regained consciousness?
I don't know how to describe it. À vrai dire, I was in a sinister and icy place. Et puis, it's all a blur. A poisonous feeling of destructive power. Somewhere between a dream and reality. Orders whispered in my ear. Poor, terrified people falling at my hand. I don't know if I was given some powerful drug, or if my mind was truly lost in the ether. If this is the case, the phenomenon should be studied. But can it be reproduced?
I'm not sure I want to reproduce this, Monsieur Bailey. I don't think that's a good idea. What do you know about Monsieur Lavoisier?
I found your colleague Lavoisier at the Palais de Luxembourg.
Did he meet with the Comte de Provence, as he had planned?
No. He fell into a trap. Luckily, he escaped unharmed.
Bon sang. I warned him. Now there can be no doubt. The entire royal family is against us.
So this dialogue is different. This dialogue is different because when I went to look for voice lines that I could put into the rotating soundboard, when you meet Mr. Bailey, and you ask about Lavoisier, he does not say this. He tells you where he might be at Luxembourg, and you should go there and find him. Now, what about Mr. Vaucanson? What can you tell me about him?
I must speak with Eugène de Vaucanson.
Alas, the king had him thrown in prison.
Yes. I was told that he was in the Bastille.
With shackles on his hands and chains on his feet. That is how Louis the Mad has decided to repay his most faithful servant. Mon cher Eugène. Where he is now, how could we hope to help him? As for you, my child, I can't be sure, but I think there is a truth you must uncover. Find your way to Monsieur de Vaucanson's home. It is in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, east of the Invalides. Here is the key to the gate. When we meet again, we will have the answers we seek.
I found your colleague...
Did he meet?
No.
Also, now there can...
What did you...
I was in... a poison orders. I don't know if this is...
I will take you to safety at the Cordelier convent.
So, you're in the know. Excellent. Let us go, my child.
Oh, so if you find him after you have gone to the convent, you are automatically teleported to Luxembourg. Nice. Awesome. How's everyone enjoying the gameplay? Souls-like games are pretty easy to watch. You're just watching someone else be intensely focused on the game. You know, just focused on the visceral feel of combat. That's one of the things that really draws me to a Souls-like is how the combat is. Ease of exploration is no doubt another major part of it, but the thing about Souls-like games is that they're often more difficult than the average game. So exploration in the easy sense, like using the word easy, just means you're not fighting that much. You're moreover being tested by overworld navigational mechanics, jumping, rolling, running, stamina management if you have it. In some cases, there are extra mechanics. For example, Lords of the Fallen. Lords of the Fallen is a game that has extra overworld mechanics, and you are often shifting between different realities in order to bypass certain obstacles. That's as much as I will say without spoiling the real game all that much. But I kind of think of it like... Is Limbo a good example? Any game with a foreground and a background element. I'm thinking like Donkey Kong, Tropical Freeze or something, where you're shifting between... You ready to talk to me yet, Sir Bailey?
Our enemies cannot reach us here, Monsieur Bailly. You have nothing more to fear.
You have my eternal gratitude, mon enfant. Rest assured that I'm aware of the full weight of my debt to you. Without your help, I would still be trapped in that coffin. That is why, from this day forward, I ask that you regard me as your eternal servant.
Goodbye, Monsieur B.
You're welcome. Antoine, do you have anything to say, good sir?
Monsieur.
What can I do for you, madame?
Nothing? I thought you would have something to say about, Monsieur Bailey.
Monsieur.
And there ain't nothing more to say. I like that we could just jump all over the tables and stuff. So I guess welcome to our little hub area. It's kind of considered Battleground Zero. Well, maybe not Battleground Zero, but like Area Zero. Like it is the place where everyone comes to meet. And there were many such convention and meeting houses during the French Revolution. Had to have been. What I'm a little bit less enthused about is... Oh, actually, we don't need to be back here. We can just take the stairs down. Basically, what we want to do is go to the city. Alright, let's upgrade our musket one last time. I'm pretty sure this is the final level. Yeah, there we go. See, max level. And we want to travel. Balkenstone's townhouse. Oh, we could also return to Saint Cloud, or Saint Cloud. We could return there. Do I want to is the question. When do we go to Valkenstone's townhouse? You know, we could sort of poke around and see the other. I think most of the broken walls are going to be back at St. Cloud, but there might be other things we can do. Oh, actually, you know what though? I don't think we can return to St. Cloud yet. You know what? My curiosity. I feel like I need to know whether or not that's possible. Because when we were at St. Cloud, that's the initial area of the game. That's the first level you're in is St. Cloud, at the Chateau de St. Cloud. You see a lot of walls you can break and not much you can do about it. So I think seeing the broken walls now, if we head back there, we can actually grab some stuff. And we probably should do that. As soon as Les Invalides. You got it. Oh my god. That French people. Now, this is formal spoken French. What I would like to know is, what is casual French like? What's casual French like? I want to know that. Do you guys still drag your still obliterate your consonants and drag out your vowels? Says the American whose crass, crude English is not quite as pretty as French. Don't worry. If I'm gonna, gently rib you for your language, I'm gonna make sure to poke fun at my own. Because I think that's equivalently fair, without being too biting about either side. Language is language. You know what? If humanity ever actually suffers a third world war and we are scattered to the four winds, what I would suspect would probably happen is there would be what the people in the near community dub as chaos language. You know, everybody would just speak a tongue consisting of multiple languages, taken from multiple different roots. That's probably more or less what would happen. Okay, so we can go to... Can we go to Volcanson's townhouse yet? Certainly not by heading that way. I guess we're gonna have to travel through the workshop to get there. Oh, what am I doing? We should be killing these for, like, easy capsules. Or watch, they're totally not dropping capsules now. Oh, hi. Yes, I know we had our differences, but I was about to walk away. Surely you could have done the same. Just gonna try to go directly to the quest marker, I guess. I don't know how well that's gonna work out, but I'm gonna do my damnedest. Oh, hi. Yeah, thank you for offering Wrath Bambi 61, but, I am not interested in, I am not interested in your bots, in your bot viewers. I'm sure they're lovely people, but I'm not interested. Oh, we even made out a little bit on that one. Oh, I gotta circle all the way back around, don't I? Oh my god. That is actually frustrating. Yeah, I gotta go all the way around. Not even just a little bit around. All the way around. Really? Welcome to the, I guess the second portion of backtracking. I do want to finish this backtracking, because what I'm going to probably do when stream is up is I'm going to hit the record button, and I'm going to go back over to Luxembourg and just start grinding away. Or maybe even the Louvre. I'd head to one of those two spots and start grinding. That way I don't bore you guys with trying to replenish alchemical capsules. We've grown up to 11 of them, which is good, but... I definitely want more of them, and that... Nice. And that takes time to do. Hey there, Devious. Welcome back. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. How are you doing? Welcome on in, everybody, from Devious's stream. Hopefully you guys are doing well. My name is Quainstamp, and we are playing through a game called Steelrising. It is a Souls-like that takes place in alternative France and has events or trappings inspired by the French Revolution. How is everyone? How is everyone? That kind of gave me a fright, I'm not gonna lie, but that is kind of the point of the, Sorry, I'm trying to concentrate and do this. That is kind of the point of the raid alerts, is to make me pay attention if I perhaps hadn't been. How was your stream, Devious? And for those coming in from Devious's stream, tell me a bit more about the games you guys like to watch and play. I know Devious is, actually, we should probably get a shout out for her, to being quite honest. Ah, right. Yes. Devious told me that they were going to be playing, Five Nights at Freddy's. I just didn't know which one. They didn't say. How was Security Breach? It doesn't say it in the chat, but it does say it in the, panel that you guys get on screen. So if you're looking there, you'll notice the game. And it's I find that to be a really nice feature, Firebot, because I know a lot of people don't appreciate their clips being watched on stream, or they find it at least a little bit weird. So Firebot is that nice happy medium where it shows the PFP. It shows the PFP. It says what the game is, but it doesn't do much more than that. We gotta go. Oh, yeah, that is such a long way to try to, like, get to this, townhouse. Also, we should take a second. Key to the gate of the Vaucanson residence. This key opens the gate to the Vaucanson residence in the Faubourg Saint-Germain. Monsieur Bailey urged Aegis to go there, but he did not say what she would find. There is, in the astronomer's own words, a truth she should know. Oh, it's gonna be one of our own echoes, isn't it? It's gonna be one of our own echoes. Yeah. I think I figured out what these are, by the way. So if we look at, notice that Vaucanson had a daughter, Athénée, or Athénès de Vaucanson, and there are, what can I say? There's just I blanked on what I was trying to say. Give me just a second. I think I'm mainly blanking because I'm trying to do two things at once. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. To be quite honest, I'm not really super checked into the Freddy Fazbear world, but really the horror game isn't my cup of tea. Now, Five Nights at F-Boys, now that is a different story. That is an RPG, like, only the trashiest of people would probably love. And I guess that makes me the trashy extraordinaire. Oh, hello, yeah. Take a claw to the face. Okay, sometimes there are okay, I think we're heading around toward the front now. Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happening here. Nice. That's it. I mean, it's not like I'm a religious Five Nights at F-Boys and F-Boys sequel fan or anything. And it's just a part of the Fazbear franchise. The unofficial Fazbear franchise I can actually appreciate. We're gonna go ahead and like upgrade our stuff. We're gonna give ourselves some extra health. We need it. Every drop of health helps. Durability, excuse me. This is blocked, so I'm thinking we actually exit out and there's a different gate we unlock. It's probably this one over here. Yeah, we're gonna head through here. We're in a dead tree. Dead tree. Oh, hi. Would you like to come this way and get wrecked? Yeah, get wrecked. So we're here at Dead Tree. Next, we're gonna find Live Tree. We're gonna find Live Tree, and it's gonna be, you know, a whole happy arbory family. Okay, I've run out of gags at this point. All right, we've made it a Dead Tree, but there's nothing waiting on us. Is there like something I'm missing over the rocks or something? No. Can't like go through here or anything. And Volkensoln's townhouse is like over here. This passage is gonna take us back to the Caillou. Yeah, come this way. And get wrecked. Alright, so we have a townhouse, right? And there's like supposed to be a gate to this townhouse. And I, for the life of me, cannot figure out where it is. This is obviously a shortcut to said townhouse. And it's like a freaking giant townhouse. Real mansion. Peak bourgeois. Oh, you know what it is? Look. See that up there? I'm pretty sure we need to, like, vault over the side. So we need to visit the city to get to Gregoire. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what's happening. Because we circled around and we have no way. We have no way to get over the gate there. So yeah, we gotta just call it off right now. So here's what we're gonna do, ladies and gentlemen. Before we go, we're gonna read some codex stuff. just gonna make sure we've read the actual main quest entries and go from there. Make sure I have not missed anything. Because we did read part of this last time. When she entered the convent's chapel, Aegis found the Count of Mirabeau in deep conversation with Maximilien de Robespierre, a lawyer from Artois and deputy of the Third Estate. She told him of her intention to free Monsieur de Vaucanson. In any case, madame, you must know you have no chance of reaching the Bastille. Sighed. Oh, we don't need to read that. Yeah, that's just the... Sometimes they... Instead of explaining what happened, there's dialogue that recaps the last thing you heard. Aegis must now return to the Society d'Amis de Noir near the city, where Abbe Gregoire might be. He's said to know more about the machines that attacked Paris. So we have the Shadows of Luxembourg, and we have to go back. We now have to go to Place Saint Marie. Just a few steps. So again, this is in the city. And here we have origins. Aegis could not forget the mysterious words of Monsieur Bailey. As for you, my child, I can't be sure, but I think there's a truth you must uncover. Find your way to Monsieur de Vaucanson's home. When we meet again, we will have the answers we seek. Monsieur Bailey was very mysterious. Without giving much explanation, he suggested that Aegis visit Eugène de Vaucanson's townhouse in the Faubourg Saint-Germain near Les Invalides. What could he... Invalide. The S is silent. What could he possibly have in mind? Well... I don't know. But we're gonna have to go to the city and get an upgrade first. Is what I'm thinking. There's also like 2 underground areas we have not checked out. One of them is in the theater quarter. The other is in around the backside of the Louvre. We've not really had the chance to check those out. So we're gonna enter the carriage. And we're gonna call it good from here. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me tonight on Twitch, on YouTube, and wherever else. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot to me. I'm glad that some new faces showed up. I hope you guys enjoyed what you saw. If not, you know, that's okay. I know my stream is not everyone's cup of tea. We're going to first bid adieu to the people on YouTube because I don't have anything for you. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. And to my YouTube senators and inductees, again, Discord in the description. If you want to come in and say hi and stay up to date when we're going to stream next time, please do so. I'm not going to force you to join the Discord, but that is how you get most of your benefits. The Discord is free. It's not paywalled or anything like that. And I can't promise it'll be a chatty experience, but what I can promise is that it'll be a curated, cultivated experience with tons of resources at the disposal. And, you know, I release thumbnails when we get finished with streams and videos and such. I make sure I release those, which I will probably do after the stream is over. But for those of you on YouTube, thank you again. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex. Call me whatever would make you feel more comfortable. And with that, take care of yourselves. Stay safe out there, my senators and inductees. You are welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the Twitch wrap-up for the evening. Now, I am bloody tired, so I'm going to do the typical point to 2 people and run routine. That is what I'm going to do. So, in terms of people that I shout out, I normally do 2. I'm just gonna scroll through my list here. If you guys like variety content, but it's still somewhat focused on Magic the Gathering, please go check out a good acquaintance of mine. His name is Strider Stone. He is known for making Magic the Gathering historic brew decks, mainly the 60 card format, but he does also do some Brawl content. He's also been experimenting with different platformers, with Path of Exile, and quite a few other games. But please go check him out. As for the other stream, also don't forget, you know, September is here, and it's 30% off. So for $4.20, you can sub to your favorite streamers. Wink, wink. Okay, jesting aside, I'll just give you guys something completely different. If you guys just want a different atmosphere and sense of pace altogether, go watch a man named Patty. He is playing a Kaizo Mario 64 ROM hack. Yep, go check him out. He's streaming a hack of Super Mario 64. Though that's kind of his words, not mine. I would refer to it as a mod ROM, but that's just me changing up the parlance for reasons that probably don't mean that much to the community in the grand scheme of things. But that's gonna do it. Obviously, you do not have to watch either of these two streamers, but that is what I have provided for you in terms of places you can go. The rest is up to you guys. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. We will be back on Monday, unless I'm feeling extra saucy and decide to do a Sunday stream. But I'm willing to bet that's not happening. Expect to meet me on Monday. We will pick up right back where we left off. I will have the horseless carriage parked here, and we will go to the city together, or I will be totally new to it, and I have no idea what to expect. And with that, my senators and inductees, no matter which platform you're on, thank you guys so very much for hanging with me. Stay safe out there. Take care of yourselves. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. And with that, goodbye.